I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another edition of the Barbershop on the Black Man Unfiltered Network. I'm going to go ahead and start bringing everybody up, recognizing a few folks. Today's show is going to be a show that needs to be said. And without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and bring up my co-host, JT from the What We Know podcast. What's going on, sir? And before we get started, I'm going to go ahead and recognize a few people in the chat. Number one, we have the number one and only Almond Eyes. We also have the one and only Tommy B in the building, Clement Gray, also known as Scorched Earth. We also have Trey Ferg in the building. And we also have Jay Larone Presents in the building as well. Who else do we have? Oh, yeah, the Real Bravado Network. Simulcasting live on the Real Bravado Network in the house. And who else? Oh, Rumen in the reviews. And we got the super chats coming in already from the Predator. You know what I'm saying? Scorch Earth sends $5. Thank you so much, sir. And also marriage, politics, and sports. I'm going to go ahead and bring the brothers up, man, so we can get started. So we can go ahead and get the temperature rolling. The first person I'm going to bring up is the one and only, the man of the hour, Mr. Real Bravado Network. Sir,
what?
How are you today?
What's going on? How you doing? Can you guys hear me pretty good?
Yeah, we can hear you pretty good, sir. Pretty good.
I'm glad to be here. I ain't been able to show up because I've been on that white man job collecting his coins so I can put it in my house. So I'm glad to be off and be able to with you fellas tonight on the barbershop. I need a haircut any damn way. It's time to visit the barbershop. I need a haircut anyway.
Indeed. Also, we're going to bring up another gentleman. Y'all know him as the one and only Trey Ferg in the building. What's happening, Trey Ferg?
What's up, Jimmy? How you doing?
Pretty good. What's going on? How you doing today, sir?
I'm okay, man. It's Friday, man. How you doing? I'm going to ask you how you doing.
I am well, sir. Thank you for asking.
That's good.
And also, we're going to bring up a gentleman who is the founder of the 7 Bs. You know what I'm saying? Y'all don't know him as Mr. Bennett, and he's going to come up and let us know what the Bs stand for, sir. Welcome, Mr. Bennett. How are you today, sir?
I am doing fantastic. It's good to be with you gentlemen on this Friday evening in the barbershop, and salute to my bold, my beautiful, my beneficent, benevolent, bald brotherhood of the BMU network. It's good to share the stage with you guys again. Let's take over these streets as we always do. Salute to
Indeed. Welcome to the show, sir.
Yes, sir.
And we also got one and only our Payne in the building. I'm going to go ahead and bring him up. Y'all know him as the Continent. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only R. Payne. How are you today, sir?
Hey man, it's good to see the monetization back. You know, I said, let me throw him a 20 ball, man. You know,
That's right.
That's
That's
good,
right.
man.
That's
Well,
right. That's
back in
right.
business. Back in
That's
business.
right.
Great.
Well,
That's
we're
good.
gonna start out,
Good
man,
night.
and we're gonna find out exactly how everybody's doing. Go ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead and get everybody, because after that, I have that presentation we talked about yesterday, lost in translation, before we get started.
Oh yes.
We talked about last night in the back. So
Oh,
go
yes.
ahead and finish with that. Get everybody's temperature, and then we'll go ahead and give them that. Okay.
Very good. Now that we got the brothers up, we're gonna start checking tips. We're gonna start with Arpain, since he was the last come up. Arpain, how you doing today, sir?
Doing fine, man. I'm trying to grow this thing in and shit. It's scraggly, but I'm still trying. I'm still
Well, good.
trying. So the wife said she hasn't made me shave it yet. So I told her, I
Good.
said, listen, everybody need a little tickle in their life. So just
That's
just
right.
wait. God damn
That's
it.
right. That's right. That's right. Family, everything's okay, man. Everybody's good over there.
Everybody's cool, man. I can't complain. I'm just hanging out there, hanging in.
Good. Mr. Bennett, how are you, sir? How's the family, sir?
Family is terrific, fantastic. Daughters are doing their thing, matriculating through, new opportunities coming up for them, and the wife is always steady, and life is good here. Life is good. Very peaceful home, no drama.
Awesome. Good to hear that. Trey Ferg as well. How's your folks, man? How you doing?
Well, it's a good transition right now. Time for me. This is my birthday month, plus it's Black History Month, so I've always connected to that. But things get back to some normal. I give it I don't give it no time, but I'm ready, man. I'm excited. I'm connected to this group right here.
Good to have you, man. Welcome back. And also, JT, TJ from the Real Bravado Network, sir. How are you and the folks, sir?
I'm doing good, especially now I'm off and chilling with you brothers. I'm real good. Shout out to Embrace the Grace for a good stream yesterday. She's in the chat.
Good. Yeah, I was a stream.
It was good. She had some good conversation over there, especially talking about, building quality network, amongst us in this space. And we don't have to be just relegated to our local community to build a community, so we kind of got into that a little bit last night on there. And I popped up at work with my diaper mask on from the job and everything, but I had to do that because they was over there talking some real stuff about that, about how to develop a community when you outside of your regular community. So that was kind of good. Yeah,
man. Anytime you have a situation, man, where you want to make sure that you connect good people, because sometimes, man, good ideas come out of different places. Like we had a live stream, I think it was last Friday. We were talking about advertising on the show, and lo and behold, we got the monetization back. I was like, wait a minute now, we the opportunity started opening up. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So we start thinking about having people advertising on the show, that type of thing. But that's just one of those things, man. Building a network is important. Yes. That's how you get to connect with people, man, on a different level. Sometimes people connect through fraternities and sororities, the local chambers of commerce, those type of things, man. And you never know. That's how you get business done. And I think that's something that we need to start working on, man, because that's how we get good, man, at what we do. That's how you build networks and communities, man, from the ground up. And the only way you're going to do that is be able to handle business, you know what I mean, one another, and get used to that. You got to learn who you can trust, who you can't trust, and all that good stuff, right?
Definitely.
Then we also got the one and only JT from the What We Know podcast. What's going on, brother?
What's going on with y'all, man?
Doing good. Checking folks' temperatures, man. How you doing, brother?
And he said, yes. Baby, you just got friendly pussy.
Oh!
My cup runs over with the
That's what's up.
That's what it is, man.
How was your week, man? How was your week?
Oh, my week was pretty good, man. It's been pretty good. It's been pretty the weather has been pretty fair for us for February in Michigan. We've been 50 degrees, 60, stuff like that. It's been pretty good. Go blue. Go Lions.
I've been meaning to talk to you about them Lions, man.
No, we're not going to talk about it till next season.
Not next season. Yeah, you know how it is. Black Man Unfiltered. How are you today, sir?
Man, I always greet you guys. I'm sunshine, partly cloudy, maybe have a chance of rain. However, I'm peacock proud and honeymoon happy to be on this panel with such prestigious men the president of the bald, the beautiful, the bold. We got TJ in the building from the Real Bravada Network, man. Thank you for being here tonight. I think you will be great for this conversation as well. We got Trey Ferg in the building tonight, man. His shiny forehead is in the place. We thank you for being here tonight, my guy. R. Payne, he said he has a little, I guess he's turned his beard into a sexual toy because he talked about tickling something. So thank you for being here tonight, R. Payne, my boy JT. And last but not least at all, my boy Lost in Translation, my brother from another mother. All right, thank you guys for being here tonight. We're about to have a great conversation tonight. But before we do, guys, you know I started my own record label, and the name of the record label is Good Enough Records. We signed Mr. Bennett last week. Take heed for that. And now we got a new song out. And the new song, the name of the song is called The Diggling Song. The Diggling Song. The new artist that I've signed is JT from What We Know Podcast and Dr. Nkumbe. So I want you guys to enjoy this. And while we're doing this, hit the like button, subscribe button. If you want to give a cash app, go ahead and give that cash app. We'll be reading all of the super chats as well. So thank you guys for those. And but until then, we're going to hear the new hit song from Good Enough Records by TJ and Dr. Nkumbe called The Diggling Song. Here we go.
Going to Diggling museums. Yes.
What's that? It's Diggling. Oh, shit.
Yeah. You think they're going on them girls' trips to have a second meet with Jesus? Nah, Diggling museums. All these bitches going to the Diggling museums. All these hoes going to Diggling museums. They get on the plane and you think they flying, but when they land, they looking for some dick, they lying. Diggling museums. Yep, your wife at a Diggling. She got a dick in her hand and she's taking pictures, and she with your sister-in-law. And they getting richer. They taking pictures, FaceTiming you and telling you that they eating food like they at the fucking zoo. But they not. They can't. They ain't trying to do nothing but that diggling. They in Jamaica on the raft headed down the river. They got a nigga rubbing their ass and they pussies quiver. They getting wet and they don't think about you. They're only thinking about that Jamaican dude. Diggling museums. All these hoes going to the Diggling museums. All these hoes going to the Diggling museums. They going. Hey, they going. Okay, they going. Hey,
God bless. God bless the food.
They going.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to introduce that new song on Good Enough Records called The Diggling Museum. If you want to download that, support JT and Dr. Nkumbe. Dr. Nkumbe said, shh. Y'all hear that? It's a diggling shit. All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Nkumbe.
Oh my God, boy, you are a fool, black man.
I'm gonna send it to you, JT. Diggling Museum out in stores.
Sure.
All right.
Hilarious.
All right. But again, I appreciate you guys for being here, man. This is I think this is a real tough conversation for a lot of men that have suffered some backlash, some pain, some suffering from being with a demon. I just want to I got some videos we want to watch. But I mean, what comes to mind is TJ. TJ shared with us, he was very transparent a few weeks ago about his situation. And we'll get into that a little later. Mr. Bennett, could you do me a huge favor, sir? Could you send Grooming and Reviews the link, please? I forgot to send it to him. I apologize. Thank you, sir. And so, but we'll get to that in a second. I do have a couple of videos here. We're going to start out with one first of this couple at therapy. and we're going to listen to the guy, and we want to see how she responds to him really opening up to her in therapy. So let's go ahead and play that one first. Here we go. All right, there we go.
Not understand you.
Perfect example. You feel that I need affection.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more about being seen. You're so in with the boys and cooking, and I appreciate it all to the max. But I feel like I'm a ghost in the house.
And I feel like I'm a robot.
That I see, and I acknowledge that 100%.
That sounds meaningful. That I'm a robot and that he feels like a ghost?
No. I heard Drew say that when you say he needs affection, you're not hearing him. That he's saying he feels like a ghost, like you don't see him.
I understand that.
Well, that you did not convey that. Your response was, and I'm a robot.
And that is an issue. It's always, but this. It's not, like,
it goes both ways.
All right, fellas. I'm gonna let y'all talk on this. Man, we'll start with Tommy B. Welcome to the show tonight, my brother. We'll start with Tommy B, man. And we'll move down. Tommy B, what are your thoughts about the video? Oh, he popped out. He having internet issues, guys. R-Pain, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I think she's on her way out mentally. I don't know what he's doing. I need a little bit more context, but the way she's behaving, I think she's already on her way out. I'm sure he's not busting those cheeks. I know that's not happening. And what he needs from her, either he has to convey it differently or she's already checked out. And I think, I don't know how the kid's playing it, but I think he's one of those kind of guys who let her center her life around the children. And he didn't check her when he was supposed to. And say, hey, listen, our relationship is more important than you just being nurturing to the kids. I mean, our relationship's got to be working so the kids can get taken care of. And a lot of men miss that. So I'm not trying to blame it all on her, but she sounds like a woman who's checked out.
Yeah, and I think there in that video, R-Pain, just to tag on to what you just said, I think that, again, I think what the therapist said was absolutely 100% true. I think that she's not hearing him. This man was expressing, right? It's very hard for men to be vulnerable, period. And so for this man to be expressing that and for her to just say, well, I'm a robot, right? It's never, I hear what you're saying. And then we could go into the next segment of it and talk about my feelings. She didn't acknowledge anything. She just walked right past it like it didn't exist. And I think that's some of the problems that men are dealing with. You know, you can be open with your wife. If you do, you're weak. If you try to talk, but we'll get deeper into it. But thank you for that, R-Pain. I appreciate it. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts?
No, I certainly agree that she had her rebuttal already up before he even completed a sentence.
Yep.
So when you have that kind of defensiveness off the rip, you're not going to really build that bridge of understanding. I think in this case, because one video you played, I think the therapist was kind of beating up on the guy, but in this case, right. I think the therapist was good to pause the conversation, to at least to try to get her to address his concern before she went on to hers. But it can go both ways as well. So, a lot of times in these conversations about, the other party being willing to listen to the other one and really take it in before having a reply. And I don't think you can really get to any kind of reconciliation until someone has at least a willingness to do that. And she's not there yet, even though they're in the therapy session. So she's going to have to really bring that guard down and really take it in before anything can go forward with that.
I appreciate that, Mr. Bennett. Now, Tommy B is back. Tommy B, did you get a chance to see the video? I know you having some connection issues, but what are your thoughts?
Were they married?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Shit. That shit I was talking about yesterday, man. You gotta identify that shit early. That shit ain't come out of nowhere. So, I mean, that's one of the things. Like I tell people, if you see that in the dating phase, you gotta bounce. Like a lot of times that shit ain't gonna change. So that's one of the ones where you kind of took her as is, and now you kind of biting the bullet for it. So shit, he gonna have to make a decision. If she's not open enough to receive what you're saying, it's one of those situations where she's listening to respond and not listening to listen. So either you're gonna have to try to be patient with her and hope she change, or you're about to be living in the hell on earth.
I got you lost. And so and you know what? You just said something. We could tie everything to anything, right? And so it's like, imagine going to the store and you see a big screen, 86-inch TV, and it says out of the box, as is. And you get that TV and you commit to that TV, you buy that TV, and you get it home and plug it up and it don't work, you're fucked. All right? It's your responsibility. You got to deal with it, right? If it don't work, you got to deal with it and get rid of it and just take your losses.
Or you buying it and understanding and it don't work when it plug up and you think you can fix it. And if you can't fix it, you just wasted your money.
Exactly. You just wasted an investment. All right. So thank you so much for being here, Grooming Reviews, man. I want to jump up here to TJ, man. TJ, you saw the video, man. I know this is a passionate subject for you, brother. So I'm just so glad you're here for it, man. What are your thoughts?
Right before I get into my thoughts, I just want to correct something you just said about wasted your investments. You cannot waste an investment.
Okay.
An investment is not something that's just wastable. Now, right. So we gotta, I like to be I try to be careful with my wording sometimes, but no, it's what happens in those situations that's a sunk cost. It's something that you put in that will never come back out in equal value. That's what a sunk cost is. So yeah, that's that NBA going to work for you right there. So listen, let's give me a second to talk about children. What is one of the most frustrating things about children? Does anybody know what is one of the most frustrating things about children?
They're needy as shit.
They're needy and they're selfish.
Hey, you're a daddy, bro. Yeah.
They're needy.
I always call them ingrates. Yeah.
Oh, TJ, add one. And entitled.
Selfish, ungrateful, entitled. Let me give you a short story. Then I'm gonna get to the video. A year and a half ago, I gave my daughter a debit card. She's 9 now, and I wanted to start early talking to her about teaching her about money, finance, all this other good stuff. So why not do it by giving her? I have a pretty good daughter. She's a pretty good girl. So I give it to her in monthly increments when she earns $5 a week. My daughter's in love with Five Below. We go to Five Below and
check your phone lit.
Yep. Go to Five Below.
No.
Go to Five Below. The little girl grabs everything she can think of. She's like crazy girl when she goes shopping. We get there, we get to the counter, it's $22. She only got $20. Baby, you got to put some stuff back. She want to get my money. She wants trying to talk me into giving her the extra $2. I'm not doing that. No, you got to go put stuff back. And then we're going to talk about, why you blowing through all your money in one shot. But the sales guy gave her the $2. So she's out of her money. We walk out the store. I said to her, baby, we got to have a talk about, you can't go in and blow all your money in one whop for stuff that has really no value, all consumable stuff. So we're talking about that. My little daughter, my precious baby, looks at me and she goes, I don't care.
Wow.
I said, what do you mean you don't care? It's not none of my money.
Oh, Jesus.
She's not. Mm-hmm. Now, I expect that out of a 9-year-old. But see, Dad, because I'm a gangster, I go, oh, okay, baby, let me see what you got. I didn't even blink. What you got? We standing outside the front of the store. Now, had my daughter, her name is Victory. Had her name been Victor, I probably would have stomped his ass out right then and there. It's my daughter. So Dad's got to do girls a little differently. When you get physical with your daughters, it can really dramatically change the nature of the relationship. So I said, let me see what you got, baby. So my daughter, because she's stupid, gives me the bag. I go back in the store and I return every damn thing in that bag because she don't care and ain't none of her money. And of course, she had a fit. I didn't care nothing about no fit. I told her, I said, you got a father who cares about you, who cares enough to try to teach you something and trying to show you earning. I said, until you come to terms with the fact that that was selfish, ungrateful, and you owe your dad an apology for being mean, no more allowance. No more allowance. My daughter has a bi-weekly standing beauty hair appointment. Get her hair braided and stuff like that. That got cut off. Anything outside of her needs got cut off until the apology. This was 4 months ago. That stubborn ass girl of mine ain't apologized yet. But
wow,
you know, but what I'm saying is, I expect the selfishness out of a 9-year-old who's just starting to learning the process of how to interact and being grateful and stuff like that. Women. The thing about women, the one thing that we do as a disservice to our ladies, especially when they start rolling to their teenage years and they start developing and stuff like that, we make everything about them. And we focus on them. And so when they get into relationships, when they become, they don't see anything but them. And the number one thing that becomes important to them is the things that affect them. And so when looking at this video, the fact of the matter is, the fact that this man is feeling like he's not being seen or whatever the case may be, it's more important to her that she feels like a robot, that her man, her covering, her protector, who can't do that effectively if he's not mentally there. That her feeling like a robot because of the job she chose to do, and being a wife is a damn job, and being a parent is a damn job. You two chose to do that because you're a little bit tired of that. So whatever your protector, the nigga that's supposed to die for you, is his mental ain't important enough for you to take a pause to address that, which is your job. Because our women, it's all about them. They are essentially children.
Right.
Okay. Sorry, that was a long way to get to that, but I just, you know, that was what I was feeling when I was
feelings a good word. We got feelings too. That's a good word.
That was a hell of a setup.
Sorry for taking up so much time to get there, but yeah.
No, go ahead. What did you think about the video itself? What did you think when you saw that?
That's what I thought about it. You know, I was like, if you are north of 30 years old male, you've experienced this kind of fuckery with a woman. You've experienced it. So, and the longer you are in a believe it or not, the longer you are as a man in a relationship with a woman, your standing on 10 toes down becomes way more important, because it becomes more easy for you to relax your own standards and boundaries, because you're supposed to get comfortable, and this person's supposed to be the most understanding being around you. So it's the longer the relationship goes, the more you can become subjected to this, because you tend to not check the bull when you hear. You tend to relax a little bit. You tend to let your guard down, which, you know, leads to this. So that's what I'm seeing here.
Yeah, gotcha. We're gonna go next with Trey Ferg. Trey Ferg, when you saw it, what did you think, sir?
I got two things. Just one, RBN, if you giving your baby girl a credit card, I think all of us are jealous because we never would have got $10 as a 9-year-old.
No, a debit card. It's a prepaid debit card. Yeah.
Right. That's balling to me. I'm just saying.
Are you doing green card? That's what you're doing? What your daughter?
Green dot.
I mean, green dot.
I'm doing. Hold on. Step.
Because at one time I had 6 of them things in rotation.
Mine got a Cash App card.
Yeah, mine.
Okay. In reference to the video, I might not give the popular answer, because I'm gonna look at it from a cultural standpoint. You know, we obviously see that they were not black, but in those cultures, and I assume that women will spend a lot of time with their children, you know, and they will give the children a lot of attention. Now, my thing is this: I assume that he's a working guy. He gets home, he wants the wife, you know, to sort of rub on him all day. But I'll say this: as a husband, if I want that time, and I don't know what time you're looking for, if I want that hammer time, I'm a guy. I get off. I'm gonna give the kids 10, 15 minutes, 7:30. They gonna be done 8. They gonna be in the bed 8:30, 9 o'clock. She gonna be eating the hammer sandwich until I fall asleep. She fall asleep. I'm gonna get up, go to work. I'm gonna give her a kiss goodbye, and she gonna be on it. Now weekends we all sleeping in, but to me, I just always feel like as a husband, I don't need all that. I just got off work, but when I lay down and she lay down and she got on that little 90, it's all glaze time. I'm glazing. I mean, I don't see no reason. It shouldn't be no, now she got a problem with doing that. Yeah. But also to Mr. Bennett's point, the way she was looking at him, and she's probably getting to that point like, you know what, dude, you tripping. And so it goes both ways, but don't nobody want no woman all over them soon they get off work. Now 7:30, 8 o'clock, man, come here, go put that little shorts on. We got something to talk about. And I'm gonna put her to sleep, and she's gonna be ready for it. That's just my point of view now. Saying as far as if she ain't on that plan, then I don't know what she on. She can go ahead and bounce.
Indeed. Thank you, Trey, for Mr. Bennett. Your perception of this particular matter, sir.
Well, I think I had spoken first actually. Like I said, I think the fact that they're coming into it with her response to his concern. Again, she's not ready for reconciliation at this point. She's not ready to really get down to the issues or not. I mean, if you really want to do any kind of reconciliation, you have to basically, again, put your guard down. Her guard is still up. And so we can go around in circles all day. What about me? Well, what about me? Well, what about my needs? Well, what about my needs? And so that's not going to get you anywhere until people really, again, you can't come into a reconciliation with your guard up. So until she puts that down, they're just going to be spinning unless that therapist holds her to account to say, look, you need to listen. We're not going to go on to another phase in this process unless you recognize or can you acknowledge what he's saying.
Right.
And until that happens, then they're just going to be, it's just going to be a circular argument. So no one can get anywhere.
Right. Tommy B. Wall, we got you, man. Come on and give us your perception of the situation, man.
I think Tommy B won already. It's so our pain
grooming hasn't gone. Grooming and JT.
Right.
I don't think.
And then we got JT. Come on, grooming.
Thank you.
Because I didn't catch the video. I was giving my dog his meds. But from what I understand, from you guys talking, we're talking about a spoiled child here. Am I correct?
No, not at all. Let me play the video for you, sir.
Please, thank you.
Run it back.
Yeah, I'm gonna run it back for you. Give me just a second.
I understand you.
Perfect example. You feel that I need affection.
Mm-hmm.
And it's more about being seen. You're so in with the boys and cooking, and I appreciate it all to the max. But I feel like I'm a ghost in the house.
And I feel like I'm a robot.
That I see, and I acknowledge that 100%.
That sounds meaningful.
That I'm a robot and that he feels like a ghost?
No. I heard Drew say that when you say he needs affection, you're not hearing him. That he's saying he feels like a ghost, like you don't see him.
I understand that.
Well, that you did not convey that. Your response was, and I'm a robot.
And that is an issue. It's always, but this. It's not, like...
It goes both ways.
All right, grooming. Now that you've seen it, thoughts?
Definitely a huge communication problem between those two. If you don't sit down and talk, you got nothing. Not to talking. How about you just go out on a date night, like an old school way? Take your wife or girl, whatever that guy is to her, and whatever he's to her. Maybe it's just a mutual agreement, whatever. Take her out for dinner. Take her out, buy her flowers, and maybe you'll get late in the process too. Maybe you will actually break the barrier. She just goes, he goes to work, she cooks and cleans. the grind, break that grind, break that cycle. So did my parents. They did the same thing and they end up just splitting up at the end of the day. Maybe break that.
You know what, Grim, I'm gonna say something to what you just said. You said something that most men, they stomachs tighten up a little bit. Because like you just said, and you are very truthful on that. You said, maybe, just maybe, you'll get laid. This is your wife. It shouldn't be no maybe. She shouldn't have that much power over her pussy. Y'all understand what I'm saying? I mean, if I'm wrong, somebody tell me. Y'all older than some of y'all older than me. Tell me.
For, bro.
Actually, I don't know if you want to go back and play it again, but there was something in the first part that I missed the first time.
Okay, I'll play it again for you, Mr. Bennett. No problem. That's why we're here. We're gonna break this shit down tonight. Here we go.
Like you said, it was
I understand you.
The boys, I think.
Perfect example. You feel that I need affection. And it's more about being seen.
Okay, can you stop? You can pause it there, actually, if you want. You can pause it there. Yeah. All right. So it seems to me that I might be going maybe a little too detailed here, but it might not even be a sexual issue.
It's not.
It's not. Because he's saying, I don't know if it's because there's something about, and there's something we don't necessarily talk about a lot, but she could be giving him sex. But it could be like a chore thing. Oh, you just want, all right, fine. I'll bend over for you, fine. But he's asking for more than that. He's not looking for just sex. He's looking for intimacy. He's looking for recognition. He wants her to look at him affectionately and like, you're my guy. It's not just, so I think his needs seem to be going beyond just pure the physical part of it. But there seems to be a lack of connection. She doesn't necessarily honor him. She doesn't revere him. She may tolerate him and she'd be like, all right, fine, I'll give you your whatever, but she's not into it. You know what I mean? So I think that piece might take a little bit more to unwind, but I don't want it to get too far into the, and again, maybe I'm mistaking that, but I think he's looking for something much deeper than just physically just hitting it. I think he's looking for validation. He wants to be recognized, the guy, and know that he's the guy, and she's not giving him that.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
agree
Bennett.
with you, but she didn't say that for no reason, Mr. Bennett. So whether that was brought up in that session or not, that's been said in that house, and he's complained about that in the house. That's why she threw it at him as like a weapon, pretty much.
Yeah, we got Trey in the building tonight, man. Before we get started, man, Trey is also a member of the
Good Enough Records.
Good Enough Records, and I'm so glad that he's
I can't help it that I'm custom made. I can't help it that I look good, smell good, can dance all night long. I can't help it.
Stupid. All right, Trey is in the building. Guys, if you want to see that video throughout the show, send a Cash App, and in your Cash App, you can say what you want to say, but at the end, put what video you want to see. We got the Diggling video with JT featuring Dr. Nkumbe. We also got the Trey I Look Good video. Make sure you guys, if you want to hear any of those, make sure you put that in the end with the Cash App and or Super Chat. All right, back to the show. So Trey, what are your thoughts on the video, man?
First of all, I want to say the check is in the mail, black man. I appreciate that. Look, my feelings on therapy and counseling have always been the same. I look at it as the same way when sports franchises have a team meeting. As soon as they have a team meeting, you know the season's over. Might as well go ahead and chalk it up. It's over. The moment you guys sit down, you wanna go to therapy, more than likely this thing is over. It's over. It's a wrap. You're trying to hang on and cling on to what's left of a relationship. Now, you got this man sitting here on the couch talking about he doesn't feel seen. That's where we're at. And I agree. I don't think that this is a sexual thing. I think that he feels underappreciated. I think that he's going to work. He's doing what he's supposed to do as a man. And maybe he doesn't feel like he's being appreciated enough within the home. But conversely, she feels the same way. She feels the exact same way he does because she's at home with the boys too. He's self-admitted. He said, I know you're at home with the boys doing your thing. So I think she's saying, look, I feel like a robot. I feel underappreciated. So we got two people walking around the home and they both feel underappreciated and they both don't feel seen. So now you go sit down with a therapist, and the therapist has got to try to help you guys work through this. And the fact of the matter is that you got to find a way to get both sides to be seen by the other side who doesn't feel seen. This is a tough one. This is a tough one because at the end of the day, I think that what happens here is the only way you truly fix this is somebody's gonna have to give up some leverage and give up a little bit of leverage, and somebody's gonna have to communicate. Now, who's to do that? Is it her or is it him? Because he's the one saying I don't feel seen. She's the one saying I feel like a robot. But they both, in my opinion, I think they both feel the exact same. I don't know. This is a toughie.
All right, thank you, Trap. Appreciate that, man. Who we got left? Lit?
We got JT, man. Come on, JT.
The one and only. So I definitely agree with Mr. Bennett. It has nothing to do with sex when it comes down to it because she's giving him that. As a matter of fact, she's giving him affection. The problem is that that's not what he's looking for. It's kind of like this. She's programmed to take care of her family because remember, they got children also. She's doing everything she needs to be doing in the house except for this deep thing that they're trying to get as far as like the connection. And it is vice versa, but let's just talk about what he said. I don't feel seen, right? So they come home, hey, hon, she's kissing him, he's kissing her. They watch, Netflix, they get the kids together. It's children that's involved right now. And they are at the apex of their understanding of the connection with the two. This is what it is. They're not being connected with each other because they only know what they know. That's what it is. So when it comes down to it, she's trying to be a good wife, but this is what therapy is. Evidently, they had a disconnection in communication. It wasn't feeling right. It's starting to be uncomfortable, right? They're trying to move to another level in their relationship, but they're stumped right now. This is what it is. So when you hear him say, I don't feel seen, she's already at the point where, because she might have, and this is just me thinking about it, she may have initiated counseling, right? And normally when women initiate counseling, it's kind of like, we need to go get your ass fixed. That's basically where that goes. We got to go get you fixed. And so what happened was they got to talking. The counselor already understands exactly what the problem is. It's not sex. They have a decent relationship with each other, but now it has came to this, when a relationship gets stale, 90 days, six months, and now it's like, now what do we have? We done fucked each other to death. We done did all the going out that we can. We done watched every goddamn Netflix movie, and we got children, and we done did the whole family thing. We done took pictures. Now what is next? So they probably wasn't even talking to each other about this until the counselor had them to pull it out. So his whole thing was, I don't feel seen. And she probably looking like, nigga, how you don't? I just sucked your dick this morning. What are we talking about? You don't feel seen. I kiss you every day. I'm cleaning. I cook. I do all these different things. And you gonna sit on that and you got the audacity to say that you don't feel seen. Well, let me tell you, I feel like a fucking robot then. So now it's this back and forth because they're just at the apex of what they understand of their relationship. I don't think neither one of them are wrong, but they have to be able to, they gotta think this shit out now. Now, if they were just going together, it's something different. But they're married with children. If you play it again, you will hear it. Even when you see how they talk to each other, they're talking to each other as if the counselor is not there. You know how sometimes the woman would take and she would talk to him as if the counselor is supposed to be her attorney,
but she's not doing that. She's directly talking to that man, and he's directly talking to her. And even in their speech together, they're laughing with each other a little bit, you know, little giggles and stuff like that. You can just see it's not pretentious with them two. They just came to a problem. And that's what I saw.
Now, let me add something on to you, JT, before we move on and get lost in here on his. There's nothing worse than a person satisfying you the way they like to, instead of the way you want them to.
Right.
Boom.
Yep.
And a woman could sit around her friends. She could sit in church groups. She could sit in the car with her buddies. And she could say, girl, I suck that thing every morning. Girl, I ride that thing every morning. And he may want you to ride him a certain way. He may want you to give him fellatio a certain way. He may want you to touch him a certain way, but you're touching him in the way you want to touch him. And that's not pleasing to him. So now he's saying, listen, I want what I want. And most women will say that. Listen, I do everything, but you're doing everything that you like.
You want to do.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Not what I like.
Right.
I think it's also a result of what Kevin Samuels used to call the Disneyfication of relationships and marriage. Like, people got to understand at a certain point, the shit does become robotic. Life ain't exciting. The shit is boring as fuck. But you get people who seem to think that when there isn't no excitement, there's something wrong. It's no different than like when you see the commercials for like Navy SEALs. That ain't every motherfucking day. If you talk to most people in them situations, the majority of the time it's boring as fuck. They have very little action, and the majority of the time it's boring. When you see any of these movies or whatever, and that's where they're grabbing this shit from. And now with social media, and they're thinking, oh, we're supposed to be going out every weekend. We're supposed to be on a trip once a month. And it's like, dog, once you're with somebody for so long, it becomes robotic. It becomes repeating. It's rinse, wash, repeat. And when it gets to that point, that it's starting to seem that these days, that's when a lot of these couples are starting to have issues, because you get the woman with the, oh, I'm not excited anymore. And it's like, dog, that ain't life. It's not reality. And now you have them out here chasing that excitement that they see on social media and stuff. And unfortunately, it's starting to break up relationships and stuff.
Yeah.
And lost in translation, man. What are your thoughts? And we'll move on to the next video. The video you just sent me. So we got that one.
Good. I sent you that video for a reason, because it's the precursor to this one.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. A lot of people like to say communication is key. Or what if you're a bad communicator? You know what I'm saying? What if you lack empathy? That does you no good. I've watched a lot of videos. I've watched a lot of people in real life, and people are inherently selfish, and that's male and female. But for some reason, women like to get away with it a little bit more, because we give them leeway. I'm explaining to what I saw in the video. The gentleman actually explained to her, hey, I don't feel seen. And what I saw was her use, I call verbal judo, you know what I'm saying? And say, hi-ya, I heard what you said, but what about this? So what she did was she totally ignored what he said and threw down the big joke and said, well, I feel like a robot. You working me to death. Instead of her showing empathy, and either it's got to be in you or it's not in you. You know what I'm saying? That's why I tell people, make sure you choose your spouse, man. Because if you have somebody who doesn't have a sense of awareness of the situation, they will take everything that you say and brush it off, especially if it's something they grew up watching and seeing. So what I saw was, he said, I feel like I'm not seen. In essence, what he says, I feel like I'm not being valued. I go to work, I do all this other stuff, help around the house, all this other stuff. And I'm not being valued. I'm not getting the reciprocity. I'm not getting the recognition. You know what I'm saying? There's a saying that says, babies cry for it and grown men die for it. And that's recognition. You know what I'm saying? And she never acknowledged it. And he felt like, damn, she didn't even hear nothing what I said. And then she took the opportunity to brush what he said aside and to inject her situation. Now, here's the problem with that. If you get a man who does that all the time, it's going to leave him depleted, and you're always going to be pouring into her. And here's the sad part about that. Her cup is a bottomless pit that will never get filled. It will always be something else.
Talk
It'll
your shit,
always
boy.
be, it'll always be, hey, you know, well, the kids need new shoes, or we need to go on vacation, or my parents did this, and my sisters and brothers went on vacation. We don't never do none of that. It is a bottomless, unfulfilled pit of needs that need to be met. And I don't know if y'all know this or not, but I'm pretty sure you had that situation where you felt like, does anything I do good enough? So that's going to make that man question himself. Now, what I did like about the therapist, which normally doesn't happen, she acknowledged the fact that he said something. Normally women glaze over that, but for some strange reason, this therapist was like, stop what y'all doing. Let's pay attention to what he just said in the moment. What she did was she made the woman aware of the situation. Now, my thing is this: anything can be fixed with a little bit of communication ahead of time. Here's my thing about that. Whenever somebody comes home and they say, hey, baby, you know, how you doing, or whatever, they should have had an agreement that says, hey, when we come home, when the kids are up, the kids will be the focus. And when they go to bed, then we're going to check on each other. If you have that agreement in place, then there's no miscommunication. I'll give you an example. I never saw my mom and dad fight. You know what I'm saying? When we came home, whatever, it was always, you know, hey, honey, how you doing? And it was back to us doing our homework. And my dad and the mom was in the kitchen cooking or whatever. So I asked my mom, I said, Mom, why didn't you fight with mom and dad? Because I always hear from my friends, they was always fighting or whatever. And she said, when you were a little baby, I had a conversation with your daddy. You know what I'm saying? She had worked all day as long too, and he worked all day long. So she was in the kitchen cooking, had me on the hip, and he went in there and sat down and watched the TV or whatever. And then she looked over at my dad. She was like, hey, can you help with the kids or whatever? And then he was like, well, yeah. She said, I worked today. I cooked today or whatever. And then after that, she said they had an agreement at that point going forward that when the baby is up, that is going to be our focus. But when them doors close, let me tell you something, when my mom and daddy doors closed, we already knew not to knock on the door, buddy. They in there taking care of each other's business. You see what I'm saying? But my thing in this particular situation, you have to have a heart for awareness for your partner. You see what I'm saying? Address what they said first, and then say, hey, look, I know that you feel unseen. What is it can I do to help you feel seen? To me, that goes a long way, because you're going to address whatever it is he's going to address. And at that point, once you address whatever needs he needs to have met, he should then in turn say, you know what, baby? I know you said you feel like a robot. What else can I do around the house? Or what else do you need me to do to help lighten the load? And at that point, you'll have a conversation and you'll reach a level of agreement. You see what I'm saying? The problem is that we have today is we have people who are so selfish and unaware that they don't actually take time out to listen to what the other person said without throwing their business out there, without accepting responsibility. It is a tactic that I see so many times that people do. It'd be male or female. But like I said, for some strange reason, women do it better. You know what I'm saying? Where you take whatever it is that they're saying and you brush it aside, relieving yourself of the responsibility of accepting your part of the relationship. So my thing is this, my point, I'm gonna land the plane, is that you have to be aware of the moment. If somebody's talking to you, put the spotlight on them. Set aside your selfishness for 5 minutes and listen to what they have to say. Discuss it, come up with some type of plan to make sure that they feel heard or feel seen, and then land that plane and then move on to the next one and say, now that we have me taken care of, what can I do for you? That is the basis for any relationship. And if we don't get good at that, we're going to continue to have these gender wars, and it's not going to be looking pretty. It's not looking good right now. So I'm going to go ahead and turn that over to you, Black Man.
Right. And
can I say one thing on that?
Is that what the therapist is for?
No, but yeah,
isn't that what the therapist? Isn't a therapist's job to do that? Because it seems like the therapist attempted to do that, but then she got steamrolled by her anyway.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say. If you've ever been in marriage counseling, relationship counseling, what it looked like to me was that they started, that was the beginning of them starting to have real conversation, right? Because
what happens is that the counselor asks a bunch of other questions, right? Like questions. You know, how is your sex life? And, you know, how is everything going with as far as like finances and things like that? What is the problem? So then once they start getting into it, the counselor would dig right there to, because what the counselor doing is saying, God damn it, we only got an hour and a half. So I got to get at least to a point where we can, you know, have something in the next section. So when the counselor asks them about, you know, affection and all these different things, that's when the husband sat back and was like, well, I don't feel, you know, I feel like a ghost or whatever he was saying.
Yeah.
And then she was saying, well, I feel like a robot. I think that was the beginning of the conversation, because the therapist needs to get all of the shit out first. And then the things that you was just saying, Lit,
right?
Those are the things that she will end up being able to you know, present to them from that point on. So that's why when I said what I said, and it was funny because Mr. Bennett kind of stepped on my fire,
He'll do that
which was
sometimes.
cool, which was dope, because that was the thing that he kind of seen the same thing I seen. Wait, that ain't had shit to do with no sex. They're having sex. They got everything else. And I'm gonna tell you, they was probably only about 20 minutes into that session. They was probably 20 minutes into that session, and then the counselor got them to a point saying, okay, we can't be bullshitting right now. Yeah, I'm on the clock. And there they go.
Yeah, my whole thing is this. My whole thing is this. Empathy is something that has to be in you. It has to be something that has to be practiced.
You can't teach it.
And I think our women are out of practice. To be honest, men have always been taught to cater to women. Walk on the same side of the street, pull out the chair for them, you know, all that type of stuff. Hold the door open for them or whatever. But if you ask a woman, what are you trained to do for a man? They will draw a blank. And I'm telling you from experience, they will not know what to do. Now, older women will tell you what to do. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and bring him his plate. I'm gonna bring him something to drink. I'm gonna ask him how he's doing. You know, the older women seem to get this because they're not far removed from the situation. But today's woman is selfish for some strange reason, and their awareness is off. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is this: we have to get good at being aware of the situation. And I think Black Man Unfiltered will probably agree.
Absolutely. And I want to TJ, say what you have to say. TJ, I'm gonna play this next video, or you want to wait till after the video? Which one you want to do?
No, I want to do it now so we can just move on.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So listen, I hear everything you guys are saying, but you know, here's the thing. I think that we're not taking into account to this is, and this is the problem a lot of times when you're talking about, you know, melanated women. Most a large portion of our women have spent not only all their time not having to be accountable, but they've been in relationships with men who didn't have the cachet to hold them accountable. So you're talking about by the time you get there with them, when I say not have the cachet, I mean, come on now, too many of our sisters are dealing with and involved with and have a history with men who don't hold jobs, who are not accountable, who are irresponsible, who don't have bank accounts, who need their cars. And so when they have a history of dealing with those kind of men, these women get to kind of run roughshod throughout a relationship. And then especially if the guy is a whole fucking dumpster fire, meaning he's bringing like this a high level of drama and fuckery into the relationship, the woman never gets to deal with her shit. But then when she's ready to find a guy who's 10 toes down, that's the way I describe it, a 10 toes down guy, a guy who has the cachet, a guy who has the ability to tell her something, we're talking about 20 to 30 years of her life. She's a 35, let's say now in our generation, 40-year-old woman. She's finally get a guy like a JT. JT has to, if it's possible, deconstruct this woman. He's going to spend almost all of his energy breaking those habits and trying to rebuild and instill something in her that she doesn't believe in based on her experiences.
It's like throwing cold water on her.
Yeah.
So why did he marry her then?
Hold on.
She's clearly not prepared. Why marry her?
Go ahead, TJ.
Listen, Trey, let me tell you something. I get it. But let's just keep it a buck. Most guys just want a woman, and most of us have been sold a bill of goods and a pipe dream about women and their nature, especially the kind of women we're dealing with now. And a lot of guys are still naive to the fact that these ladies got a lot of problems and a lot of bad behaviors and traits that they come into. So these guys are coming through with these women with a very idealistic way of looking at things, and they get women like that. Because
so then don't go on a show and cry about it. If you didn't do the work, if you didn't vet her properly, you didn't do your due diligence, don't sit on a TV show and on a couch crying about I don't feel seen. You didn't do the work.
Trey, let me help you out. Let me help you out with that, TJ. What people don't realize is that women choose a certain type of man for a reason. Most women do not like extremely intelligent men because those men can see through their BS. What they do is they get a worker bee. That's what they do. They get somebody who they know will work hard, will actually ask no questions, and live to serve them. To me, that's what he looks like. And to speak to what TJ said, most men just want any woman, she's beautiful, whatever, but they never ask her what she can do for him. And I think that's speaking to what TJ said.
If you buy a lemon off of a car lot, you can't complain when the auto mechanic tells you that it's a piece of crap. You didn't do your work. You didn't do your due diligence. You didn't check underneath the hood. You didn't do what you were supposed to do. I'm not giving men a break because you're not doing what you're supposed to be doing when it comes to vetting these women, and then saying, well, most men just want a woman. That's not good enough. All this information out here, go ahead.
Trey, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but the problem is, Trey, we have tens of millions of black men who don't understand that that's what they're supposed to do. And I'm not making excuses for them. So you got us out here, and let me tell you something. My last relationship, she was very much kind of like that woman, but let me tell you something. I'm a fucking beast. You don't get to, if I tell you, I told a woman about something that she was not doing right, that that she was not doing that was pleasing to me, and she came with her bullshit about what I told her, I said, I don't want to hear that shit. We're talking about what my issue is with you. If you are not interested in hearing that, get the fuck on. If you want to be with me, that means it's called, you got to be accountable. When it's time for me to be accountable with my shit, we'll deal with that. But we're dealing with you right now. And if you don't want to deal with you right now, my door ain't got no bars on that motherfucker. You can go. That's what I told her.
They lost.
But a lot of us, but not a lot of us have been trained and taught that when that comes out from the woman, to not let that shit slide, because that's going to be bad for you down the road, because it's going to just only get worse. You got to deal with that. It's kind of like when a kid gets out of order. You got to deal with that right then when it happens. I don't care where it's at. But a lot of us are not out here doing that. And I'm just saying, the reason why we're having a lot of these problems is because the volume, the population of us that are not qualified or fit or have the training to even vet, Trey. No, but you're absolutely right. Problem is, the product is faulty on both ends.
Appreciate it. Go ahead, Mr. Arpane.
Listen, I sent this to BMU. There's a young lady, she's 31 years old. She's got a great resume. She asks us a question: why am I still single? She's 31.
Okay.
And she goes through her resume, and she goes through what she has to offer from that standpoint, and she says a certain amount of questions. So I thought, with my Monday show, it'd be nice to have a panel that if we analyze who this lady is based on the assumption, based on her asking this question at 31, the way she looks, she's very pretty. And what kind of advice would we give a woman like that, since she's asking? Right? We're not pushing it to her. She's asking men, or she's asking the community, why, if with all of these things I'm doing, why am I still single? She has a neck tattoo, she has a nose ring, but otherwise than that, and she's kind of aggressive, and she got the masculine traits, but she says, I want to learn how to cook. I want to have babies, and I want to have them in wedlock, because she don't have no kids. it'd be a good analysis for us to we're talking about that shit right now. If we had a chance to talk to a woman who wants to get right, what would we say to her?
I got you. I
I
think
think that would be a great to set the tone and have a couple of men up here and maybe some women and say, hey, listen, what do we say to a young lady who's 31 who actually wants to be married? Here's my credentials. Here's what. And she doesn't go into why she went wrong. We can make some assumptions. It might be a good conversation to have.
I'm going to answer that real quick, and I'm going to introduce information, man. You got to know what job you're applying for. You know what I mean? I like to watch different videos and tie stuff together. You know what I'm saying? I was watching this video about how to get your resume seen on the desk of your future employers. And one of the things I was watching, they were saying that a lot of people like to put a whole bunch of fluff on their resume, and all they do is they put it into a computer. The computer analyzes and looks for specific buzzwords that match up to the requirements of the job. So what happens is the people who are actually doing the resume say, hey, look, let me see the job description. I'm going to rewrite using AI or whatever it is to rewrite your resume. And it's going to have all the buzzwords that they're looking for. And it's going to increase your opportunity to make sure you get in front of the people who make the hiring decisions. The problem is our women like to put stuff on their resume that isn't even required by men. So they're going to say, well, ma'am, all that stuff is good. All that stuff is well. You know, I understand that you got your,
I'm a PhD.
You got your PhD, but that's not what we require over here for this particular job. You see what I'm saying? So what she's going to have to do is she's going to have to tailor-made her skills to the specific man that she needs. She's actually trying to do a swath of applying for a bunch of different jobs from different requirements, different aspects or whatever, but she's using the shotgun method instead of using the sniper method. And my thing is this: whenever you do that, you're going to be least successful because you don't specialize in anything. Ain't that what the meaning is? A jack of all trades is a master of none. You know what I'm saying? So that's what women are going to have to start getting good at, is figuring out exactly, hey, are we going to be a match? This is what I offer. Is this what you're looking for? And we got to be comfortable with saying yes or no. Does that make sense?
But if you had an opportunity, Lit, to say what you just said to a young lady and hear it in context of what she's saying, that'll be meaningful conversation.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
But
we have an opportunity. I mean, Trey, you saw it. You beat my ass for it.
I'm getting ready to tell you that's why your advice was bad. It's terrible.
Yeah, see, but let's take that away from
because what she actually needs is she needs somebody who would meet her the way she is. She says she can't cook. She cursed like a sailor. And your advice was she needs to be more feminine and be more like a wife. That's not going to happen. It's done. She's 31. It's over. Let's stop trying to teach the old dog new tricks. She needs a man.
No, it's not an old dog, but you're right, dog.
31 for a woman is old dog, sir. 90% of her eggs are gone. She's done. Let's stop trying to save
come on, Trey. Let me ask you a question, though, before you go further.
Hang on. Let me finish.
Okay,
because the issue here is that when we get women who tell us exactly who they are, we don't want to believe them. This woman came right up and said it. She got a tattoo on her neck. She's got a nose ring. She talked about having 2 cars. She talked about buying a house. She led with her resume. She didn't lead with soft skills. She didn't lead with being nurturing. She didn't lead with being generous. And she led with her resume. So we need to understand this is who she is as a woman. And this idea, well, you know, you would be a wife if you were this. She's never going to be that. She doesn't know how to cook. She cursed like a sailor.
Just a second, brother, please. You're right. That's why I'm saying it'd be good to chop that up because what you're saying is not wrong. What I'm saying is it could be wrong in your eyes. But what I'm saying is we had a chance to take a person as they are. Now, the only reason why I'm bringing this up is because she asked. I'm not offering this to her. She asked a question to the diaspora. And Trey, your advice will be one thing. Somebody else's advice might be wrong, might be a different one, even if it's wrong. But it might be good to just chop that up to see if we had an opportunity to tell this woman, listen, are you already in the way you are and you're not moldable because you're 31 years old? She didn't give me that impression. She said, I can't cook, but I can learn. She said she wants kids, but she wants to have them in wedlock. How many women we don't want to know said they don't even give a shit? She says she wants a man, but she wants a partner. She didn't say anything about a husband, right? So it'd be nice to kind of chop that up as a conversation. I don't want to get into that now, but
Right.
if I could have a panel of guys saying, what would I do if I had a woman coming towards me asking a question? Do I pass judgment on her? Or do I try to tell her what I think? And she can reject it. Or she can say, you know what, I got this neck tattoo. This shit ain't never coming off for no nigga. Or she says, you know, I can cover that up. Or I could take my nose ring out. I mean, it'd be nice to say, you know, these are the kind of things I would offer. Whether she does it or not, it's her business.
Right.
So it might be a good conversation. That's all I'm just saying.
That would be a good conversation. Before we get started, I want to go ahead and recognize Information Man. Information Man, welcome to the channel, sir.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So, Information Man, you've been watching this thing, man.
Mhm.
What are your concerns and what have you seen so far?
Well, the video that you played earlier, I thought was very interesting. My impression is that I kind of agree with Trey. Once you get into family therapy like that, that's a big sign that there are some problems. Now, can they save the relationship? Only way they're going to save it is that both her as well as the husband, they have to listen to each other. That's the biggest problem. He's saying that she's not listening and understanding how he feels. And that's a big problem that a lot of men we go through. I had the same issues when I was married that ultimately led to me going through a divorce. Similar issues, because women in general have learned to treat men as if we are swift knives, utility, to be used when they desire, at their command of us. So that's my position on it. You know, as far as that particular piece.
Right.
Anything? Oh, in terms of the young lady asking for advice, I think you can give advice, but if she's not going to adhere to it, then where's it going to go? You know, I think some red flags is the tattoos, the nose piercing, because in this generation of younger guys today, a lot of them don't want that. Remember that young lady that was on Instagram? And she was saying that she notices that a lot of guys are shying away from these girls like that.
Mm-hmm.
She was making a big fuss about it on Instagram.
Right.
Yeah. And so I think Trey is right. She needs to meet a man that's going to accept her for what she brings to the table. And there's some men are not going to accept what she has because they want something more polished.
Right.
Which is why I wish Art Payne was here, because we need to bring back, you know, in our culture, people always make fun of these things, but it actually helped Black society when you had groups like organizations like the Links, Jack and Jill. These were groups that brought young ladies that were cultivated, that were prepared, educated, groomed in terms of how to be a wife, right?
And the lady.
And young men were the same, and they would bring them together. In these social, we forget that Black people had these sort of functions in our communities. And I think we need to get back to these type of functions where we bring young men that are going places in life with young women that are going places in life that are looking for potential husbands. Black Men Unfiltered, if you're still here, remember we talked about there was a time that men were heavily involved in determining who the daughter was going to marry. You were responsible for getting a suitor. Now, I know we don't live in those times today, but I think men need to be more involved in the suitors for their daughters. I have a daughter, so I can talk from experience. She's not bringing any food up in this household.
Right.
Yeah,
Information Man, that goes back to what we talked about earlier.
I did exactly that with my buddy, man. It's just his son is the same age as my daughter, 24.
Yes,
I mentioned that to my daughter, and she looked at me, and she didn't throw up in the back of her throat at the idea of meeting this guy. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, so he's an engineer and she's an architect. Dang. A
That's
young
a lot of money to me.
That sounds like a
ask
potential
y'all
power
question?
couple.
Can I ask y'all a question?
What's up, Trey?
Who do y'all think a group of men? There's a group of men that are out here also telling women to be independent and not rely on a man.
The
Do you think
father.
their
You're gonna
fathers
say
are doing it?
there's some fathers talking like that. Yeah.
Right.
Their fathers doing this.
Sure.
So while I don't disagree with the idea of a daughter bringing a man home to be vetted, that's really what you're doing, vetting him. We also have to acknowledge that there are a ton of independent Black women whose fathers were in their lives, and the fathers set them down the wrong path.
Yes.
True.
Right. But Trey,
True.
what is the reasons why some men will say that to their daughters? Let's keep this in mind. I don't know if you have a daughter or a son, but let's be honest. Men are more protective of their daughters than we are so much our sons. And we know the rats and the pimps that run around in these streets and the characters. And I think, unfortunately, inadvertently, we say that to our daughters, and we shouldn't say it in the sense that they shouldn't depend on a good man. But I think we're more concerned about them running across these rats out here that will bleed them dry. And I think by the protective layer of us as men, we say that to a default of making them think that means don't be with no man, depending on no man. But it's really, we're talking about men that are rats.
Right, but that protective layer is being taken out of context. They're not hearing.
You're right.
I agree. I agree with you. That's what we're truly trying to protect against. But what's happening is that they're actually coming up against good men who would get vetted by fathers, and they can't do it because the women are too independent. I'm telling you this from personal experience.
Hey Trey, your daughter's young, right? What would you do differently though? Your daughter's still formative. What would you do different now that you have the opportunity to mold her?
I honestly would have to go back to what my great uncles talked about. There's a way that I can teach her that it's okay to rely on a man because you relied on your father, right? While being able to take care of yourself. I think one of the biggest things is not letting these young women live on their own. I think that's a big deal, is that they get out of college and they go into getting their own apartments. They need to be going back home with their dad until they get married. I think that's one of the issues there. But another one of these issues for me, and for what I would tell my daughter is that the vetting process is extremely important. It's extremely important. And I have to set her on a path that she knows what questions to ask this man, so that when this man is being brought to me, I can vet him properly. So that there is a smooth exchange from her going from under my care to his care. I think somewhere along the line, there's some elements that are missing. And there's not a smooth transition because the vetting isn't being done properly. I'm heavy on vetting right now because we're not asking the right questions. I don't know if we're scared. I don't know if we're scared of rejection. I don't know if we don't want to hurt somebody's feelings. I don't know what the hell is going on. But we are not asking the proper questions about not only women, but for the women, they're not asking the right questions of men. I tell you guys this all the time. Ask me how many times a woman has asked me if my father was in my life before I told her myself.
Right.
Ask me, 0. But one of my vetting questions is, who was the male authority in your life? I need to know. Because if there was no male authority in your life, that could have long-lasting repercussions going down the road. We're not asking the right questions. So for me, Arpain, it would heavily rely on teaching her how to properly vet this man so we can have a smooth transition from my care to his.
You know what, Trey? Here's my thing. This speaks to what I opened the show with when I started talking about men building networks. You know what I'm saying? If you have a network of productive men who go out and they have their families, they groom their families a certain way, and then you tell your daughters, yes, you can have a husband. Here's the group of men you select from. And that eliminates the need to tell women you be strong and independent and don't need no man, to teach them to avoid certain men who don't have that criteria that she deserves, and that parents can grow from, or the family can grow from. But what happens is we try to coddle our girls so much that we don't actually give them all the knowledge that they need. We tell them what they shouldn't do instead of what they should do. So when they finally run across the person that they should do it for, They have no training, and they're heavily ill-equipped. And it ties right back into what we just saw with this video, where this woman was ill-equipped to manage the doggone emotions of her husband, to see exactly the reason why he felt unseen, like he was a ghost. And that points back to what I said earlier about, for some reason, it seems as if our women have lost the skill for tenderness. They've lost the skill for attentiveness. They've lost the skill for caring. Those are the skills that have to be trained and taught by the mothers who also display those characteristics. But if your mother has always been trained to, I don't need a man, or go out and build her whole life and perspective on survival, she does not have time to teach her daughter to be a wife. She teaches her daughter to survive. And that's the spillover of what we see on videos like this. Does that make sense?
Which takes me to a question we need to be asking women. For those of us that are dating, most of you guys are married, but for those of us that are dating,
RBN, you next.
Who taught you? Yeah, okay. Who taught you how to be a wife? Where did you learn it from? Who sat you down and taught you the soft skills? That's what you're really talking about, Lost.
Right.
The soft skills. Who taught you these soft skills? Where did you get it from? I have a cousin who, her dad and her now husband, well, not now husband, they've been married for a while, but they basically were arranged. Their parents worked together, and then they made sure that the two of them went to high school together, and then they got together. They've been married for a while now. They have 2 kids. So I think they worked out the deal on their own. I have a daughter, you have a son, I work with you. You know what I mean? I think they worked it out, and it worked properly. It worked well. I'm not against arranged marriages. I think there's something to be said there, because we can cut through the malarkey and the BS when it comes to men. And it's not about emotions and feelings and tingling sensations for us.
Right. Before we move on, I'm going to make sure that we go ahead and recognize these super chats. Now that this monetization is back in full effect. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to make sure we celebrate these folks. We're going to start from the top, man, and work our way down. Number 1 from Clement. He says, for the past.
No, that's marriage. Marriage and. Did we do marriage and
No, I'm working way from the top to the bottom. We're going to work our way on, because we got quite a few of them. This is from the beginning of the show. This is from Clement. To my Nigerian honey badger, the albino Tasmanian devil Moses, 4-eyed Willie, overseas white boy, and heads no hair on it. Appreciate it. Also, we have marriage, politics, and sports. R. Payne, $20. Thank you so much, sir. And also we have from Big and 11, it says $20 for our Payne to get more clippers to stop the struggle. We also have Scorch Earth. He said name change from previous super chat. JT new name is Dinga for Willie Dr. Nuku strip show featuring Moses parting the Red Sea. All right, appreciate the 5 for Clement. Also, we have from the Grove Talk with Kofi for $5. He says support Black male media. All right, salute and RBN. We also have a 3-month membership from Alexander X. Appreciate the membership. He sounds feminine. Got her thinking they are equals. And then we also have from the lovely, the one and only Rob B in the building, showing love to the stand-up men on the panel. And for that, y'all, I'm going to make sure that we get y'all taken care of. We're going to hit y'all with a little bit of white chocolate as we break for the doggone super chats. Thank you so much for giving.
I got a red room, it's the red down when the sun sets in my bedroom. Oh, it feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my eyelid. It feels like I'm inside a flower.
And we also had one to slide in, embrace the grace. I didn't want to miss you, darling. She said that's the point of therapy, is to get to the bottom of things, address symptoms, learn how to effectively communicate, learn new coping skills, and enhance the quality of life. Thank you. From relationships. Thank you so much, darling. I'm going to hit you with the.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Thank you all for your super chats. Just to let y'all know, man, without y'all, it was none of this to be possible. Thank you so much. So we're gonna move on with the next topic. Anybody want to chime in on what we just spoke about before we had the break? Before we get started.
Hey, you listen, Trey said something about real quick. They said about daughter state. My oldest, she left when she was 29. She stayed here right out of college. She had a guy she was with. We had a family dinner and everything. It just fell apart. But so she's just out there. But it was time. She wanted to move out. It was time for her to move out. I couldn't hold her any longer. But when she graduated, she came home and she banked whatever she needed to bank. And so my youngest daughter's here with me too. She's 24. But the thing that we do when we talk is that I wanted them to be self-sufficient. I make the distinction between that and independent. Because you got to be adults out here. You got to be able to take care of yourself. And if they don't fall into a guy that could cover them, they're still going to have to exist out here, because if I'm going, I want them to be able to stand on their own 2 feet.
Right. Anybody else?
So really quick, just based off, just the last part of the conversation, I don't know if we forget that 72% of our children are born of single parents, which could be a major issue in why these type of messages are not reaching the children, and that's the women and the men. But I do think the fathers that are in a 2-parent household, I think that they, it's sometimes a mixed message being given, because you want to see your children be strong and successful and represent the name well. And sometimes a child could embrace that 1,000% and take everything you taught them, and run with it and just be all of these great things. But we know we will probably miss some things as the child gets out and get independent and start living their own life. So I think, but we're not too far behind. We're only like 43% of 2-parent households. So, man, a little 7%, a couple of y'all thousands getting married this summer, man. Shit, we'll be rocking and rolling again, man. So I know y'all can do it, especially if you're young. Then you can build and create these dynamics with your children and groom your children based off the new information that's coming out, as far as we need women to be wives and men to be husbands. So that's all I got.
All right, we good to go, baby. I had to restart everything.
Let's say right quick before you go, Black Man. TJ, I don't want to leave you out, brother.
Yeah, I'll be short with this. I've been listening, and everybody keeps mentioning communication, how communication is key, how you need to communicate this, communicate that. Listen, communication for me is just another fucking buzzword, because most of the time, when you got these situations, you got people who are not engaging in good faith. You can have all the goddamn communication in the world, but if you got one of the parties, or sometimes both of the parties, not engaging in good faith, what the fuck communication is going to do? When you are a guy out here and you're trying to work something out with your woman or your wife, and she's you're expressing your wants to her, or in the things that you needed to correct, and all she's doing is talking about what you didn't did or how she's feeling. That's not good faith. So you can communicate. Men are, generally speaking, are very direct in pointing out what's going on with them. We got this narrative that men don't tell or don't express what's going on. That's a damn lie. Men tell you directly what's going on. But a lot of times we have fucking bad faith actors out here, and we just launch communication like it's a 2-person problem. It isn't. A lot of times you got somebody who's be acting in bad faith, and we need to start acknowledging that all the time and just saying, oh, if y'all just communicate better, then things will be fine. No, if you both come in good faith, things will be fine.
Absolutely. That's a good point. You're right. You got to have the willingness to move in good faith. Good point, TJ.
Wouldn't that indicate that you have the wrong woman if you haven't figured that out, that this is a person who doesn't come in good faith? I agree with what the brother is saying. Then to me, going back to what Trey said, if you go into therapy and that person is still engaging in not in the best faith, then the relationship is dead. You're just
I don't disagree with you.
Your wheels.
I don't disagree with you, and I'm not trying to present like I'm complaining, but from my perspective and what I'm seeing out here, especially those of us in this age group that are single, there's the majority of our women are they behaving when not in good faith. There's nothing out here and the majority of black men want a black woman, but unfortunately, the majority of black women do not come to their male counterparts in good faith. So that's the conundrum that a lot of brothers are out here facing. They want their black woman. They're not necessarily wanting to go quote unquote outside, which is even harder than people give it credit. Right. Than just saying going outside. Then they're sitting here with this conundrum, trying to figure out what to do. And they're hitting, they keep hitting their head against the wall, and we say, well, go out, go get a woman outside of your race. It's only 4 or 5% of us that are actually able to do that and can do that and are doing that. The majority of us we want our own women.
But these are adding to the problems that we're seeing today with this generation. To your point, my brother, marriages are crashing. The marriage rates are going down. If you go look at the statistics of where marriage was in the 1990s to where it's now crashed down now, that's going down because young men are deciding not to get married. And then I think it's about, 60%, 30, somewhere in there where young men are deciding that they're not even going to deal with even dating. They're not going to deal with women in any type of way, in terms of relationships.
Yes.
And this is because if you interview most guys, they say attitude. Women are coming with these over the top inflated expectations.
You know what? I'm gonna speak to what TJ just said. TJ, the reason why we go through that is because men are not aware of their own needs, and they're satisfying the carnal side of themselves instead of the need they need for a wife. You know what I mean? It just like we talked about the resume thing with our pain. If you are hiring somebody and you needed them to do a specific thing, then you need to know exactly what you need to have done. And most men don't take the opportunity to formulate their business plan and say, if I'm looking for a wife, these are the things that I need. And you know who talked about this a lot? Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett said he had a 40-page agenda of what he needed as a husband. He laid it down. I want to step on your toes.
400 page. Yeah.
That's a small book. That's
Mr. Bennett, I don't want to steal your thunder, but could you please repeat that for
what you say?
Mr. Bennett, could you please repeat that for the people who weren't in attendance when you said that? Because I really think this sticks out for this particular point.
Well, the document kind of started out with, I put out there that I wanted to get married. So I was kind of putting feelers out there to friends, families, whatever, whoever I could find. They would always ask me what, and I got tired of it explaining it. So it started out as just kind of like a bullet list, like an itemized list of what I was looking for. But then I figured, well, this may not go very well. So I expounded on a lot of points. And that's how it went from just like a 1-page list into a 4-page document. But really, part of it wasn't so much that what I was looking for in a list. Part of it was also explaining who I was. So like when I talked about like I wanted a Christian woman, I had to explain what that was because I went on a lot of dates with holiness, Pentecostal, and Catholics, and all kinds of stuff that was just like, so I needed to define what I believe, what my faith was, more so than just putting it generically, okay, she needs to be a Christian woman. So what it did was it gave me an opportunity to explain a little bit more about who I was and why I was looking for what I was looking for. So it became more like an essay more so than just a list. And so when I sent it out there, the nice thing about it was it became a basis for conversation during dates, especially if I met her through the document. Then we can go to page 3, paragraph 4 and talk about that
Section
particular thing.
7B, you know what I'm
And
saying?
just to see if
Section
we had,
7B, verse
some came with
17.
some came with highlighters and pens and be like, okay, you have to break this down to me. And then I would be more than happy to explain it. But it was cathartic in that it helped me to understand me, who I was. A lot of guys, what's happening out there, what I'm seeing is a lot of guys are asking for stuff simply because people in the manosphere or whatever are saying this is what you need to be asking for, rather than saying, do you need this? Like I keep telling you guys all repeatedly, cooking was not a requirement for me because I've been cooking since I was like 7 or 8. My mom had me in the kitchen early. I was big. Back in the day, we used to take home economics. And part of that was, so I learned how to bake, sift, whatever. So I didn't need someone to cook for me because I could handle that on my own. But in these spaces, people talk about, well, she needs to know how to cook. And I'm not saying, I'm not invalidating if that's what you need. I'm saying that's not what I necessarily needed. So that exercise of doing a deep dive on who I was and is this what I really want, that was really the process. So I would encourage any man to really do that. If you can put the pen to paper, your thoughts about who you are as a man and what you value, and then let that document speak to you, then I think that would really help you rather than just going out there as, well, she needs to have this, that, and the third because somebody out here said that's what you need to have. You know, what works for you can be very specific. So that was the part of the process.
Mr. Bennett, I got a question because when I bring these types of things up and I talk about going into marriage with a business type of mindset and a business type of attitude, people will tell me that marriage is not business. That sounds very much like a contract negotiation to me. Sounds like two people who would sit at the opposite ends of a conference table and hash it out and negotiate. Am I hearing that wrong?
I wouldn't call it so much a negotiation. If for me, it was just more of a filtration process because I knew that 90% of the women who would take it wouldn't vibe with it. And I was good with that. So I'm like, okay, let me get it down to the 10 to 20% who are really serious about what they're saying. If they weren't blown off of what I was saying in there, because I said, look, I'm a Christian man. I believe a man is the head of his home. I just put that in there. And even women in the church were like, nah, he's too conservative. I don't need to talk to you then.
But wouldn't the hiring process be more business-like? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
Right. Well, like I said,
how come you beat my ass on my partnership video, man? You beat the shit out of me.
Because there was no leverage for the man. There was no need for him to do that. Everything you listed in your partnership agreement, I could get for a woman for free and never sign a dotted line. That's why.
So you said I had a pussy agreement. I had a pussy agreement.
You had an agreement that favored the woman, and it only put the man in a worse position. But the reason why I'm bringing this up is because I have the same approach.
Right.
I have a long list of things that this is what exactly I'm looking for. I'm even so far, I've typed out a vacancy announcement. This is what I'm looking for.
Right.
This is exactly what I'm looking for. Either you can be this or you can't be this. Here are the benefits that come along with the responsibilities and the job.
Right.
That's where
mine wasn't as specific, but basically, I still wasn't looking to necessarily shortcut the courting process.
Right.
I was simply just trying to now to pull down to women who were eligible to court in that. But we still had to talk. I still need to get to know her. I still need to meet her family. So all that stuff. So it didn't cut that. But again, for a lot of the ones who were just not, just not with that, I was like, I just don't need to waste my, because prior to me writing that, I went on so many days back in the day. And again, we didn't have, this is pre-internet, like before internet really took off. So you had like radio call-in shows where you would leave a message. You still had the singles ads in the newspaper. I don't know if you remember that,
I remember.
Single white, long LTR from long-term relationship. Like you would do those kind of things. Yeah, and so, this was long before that. And it was just, like I said, but it was just, I went on so many days with just bad women. A lot of the document actually started out with what I didn't want. So when I went out with one, I was like, oh, I definitely don't want this.
Right.
You took notes like a mug, didn't you?
Yes. It's very so right. So sometimes again, people don't know what they want, but if you know enough of what you don't want, then what you do want then starts to manifest itself.
But see that
So
that
let me ask
sounds
you
a
a
lot
question. I
more.
guess.
skills
That
develop
sounds
over time.
intentional to me. Like
Yes,
that's
very
what
much
when
so.
I hear intentional, that's what I'm thinking.
Yes,
That
indeed.
people are taking
That
it
way.
very, very seriously, even so much so that they may be bringing a notepad and a pen to the date because I don't want to forget this. I don't want
Yeah.
to forget you said this or you feel this way. I've gone out on dates with women and they've asked me my opinion on something that we talked about over dinner. Sweet, were you even listening to me?
Mhm.
Were you even
All in
listening?
a phone, you know what I'm saying?
Right,
Waiting for the
exactly.
cheddar biscuits to come by, you know.
Right.
If that
But
woman
like I
does
said
that,
earlier,
you
like I
gotta
said
be
earlier,
finished
it
with her.
speaks to the awareness of Mr. Bennett. He was aware of himself and his needs. And I
Mhm.
think
Right.
we need to teach that to men so they're not afraid to date anymore. You shouldn't be afraid of something that you want. You know,
Exactly.
men don't run away from problems. You know what I'm saying? They run to solve problems.
Yeah.
And I think we need to get back to teaching men, hey, if this is what you need, demand it. You're
Right.
still the man. Go ahead,
Right. And then
information man.
I
understand
wanted to
also,
say
give
I was-
yourself,
go ahead.
say,
No,
give
I was just
yourself
going
a
to
little
say
room.
I had made this statement on this panel before, maybe a week ago, or that I think men should reverse engineer what women do to us. That word hypergamy or whatever the hell that word is.
That's a good
Hypergamy.
idea.
Why don't
That's a good
men
idea,
operate
information
the
man.
way women operate? Meaning when we look at women, because the one thing that sometimes gets us is that we get caught up in the physical attraction. Women have that whipping of their physical attraction, how they look, that turns us on. But when women look at men, they look at our shoe size, how much money we make, where we live, everything. Are we attractive? Do we tie our shoestrings right? Why don't we start looking at women the same way, that once we get past, okay, she's attractive, but now let me look at this. Why don't we start operating the way they operate? Because if we start operating that way, by default, women will have to raise to our standards, as they have been trying to get, as they have been demanding us to raise to their standard.
Yeah. Right, but you have to,
I think that's an
contain your.
excellent idea.
It is. That's a fantastic idea, but you have to be aware enough to control your carnal side. You know what I'm saying? So that you're not blinded and miss those certain red flags. Looking at
Wouldn't
that
that
sassy little
be a
thing in the
test of
sundress.
your manhood, though?
Exactly.
Shouldn't we be? I don't
Exactly.
know. When you get older, certain things are not as important to you. Like, yes, I like sex, but that is less important to me in terms of when I'm trying to get to know a woman and who she really is than what it was when I was in my 20s or even my 30s, right? So, yes, we got to be able to control our urges, but I think that that's part of manhood.
Right.
Your ability
He's
to
100%
not allow yourself
correct.
to be controlled by your desire for the flesh, because that's exactly how women get us in this trap.
Right.
That honey pot.
You don't have to be
know
that
what I'm
old,
saying?
Rick. You don't have to
And I
be
know
that
it's
old.
hard.
You can do
It's
that in
not
your
easy.
20s. You
It's
can do
easy
that in
said
your
than
20s.
done. I get it, brothers.
Right.
But in our pain, but I do want to hold you accountable.
Here we
Because
go.
because our pain, you say that, but then you say
The
this.
toughest things any man has ever done
Ha!
is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy. That's my point exactly. So once you can do
Wait,
that,
I have a question here.
once you can do that,
Busted.
you join the club.
No, that was to his point. That's
That
why
is to
he
his point.
we
Yeah,
were
you
speaking the same
black
exact
man,
thing.
you actually making this point. Yeah.
It's the
We were
toughest.
speaking that
Yeah,
same
you made
exact
his
thing.
point.
Yep.
So let me say this real
The
quick before you
hardest
go.
That
thing
was
a man
slick.
could
I
do.
seen
Yeah.
that.
Absolutely. So let me say this before we go, because I want to give a shout out to the people who have given tonight. I know somebody put in the back chat they want to hear the Diggling song. Hold on a second. I do need to say this first. Scorched Earth. We already got him in there, but thank you for that $5. Thank you so much. Let's see, who is this? It was that young man in the picture. Is that you? Oh, that's when he was a stripper. All right, thank you so
He
much.
had hair, and he
Man,
was
you see, he got
thin.
a whole
And he was slim.
And he actually,
Boy,
tell that
what's
story
the-
about Penn. You
180
lost like
pounds right there.
50 pounds or something
I
like that
was
to
the
get into
bad.
that.
I can't help it. I was the bad.
Man,
Which one?
But you said you
Hey,
lost like
yeah.
50 pounds to
You
get
put
into that
that
too,
put
right?
that voodoo on that young lady.
You know what?
Man.
Listen,
like
she's a
old boy
beautiful
in
bride. I would have put
Snowfall.
that white
That's
suit
what
on.
I'm saying. He had to
Yeah.
put some voodoo on. I
Our
don't know
pain.
how you
So
ended up with her.
RP, thank you for that 20. Big Andy 11 said here's 20 for Payne to get some clippers and stop the struggle. All right, appreciate you for that $20. Scorched Earth, $5. Name change for previous chat. JT new name is Diggling for Willie and the Dr. Nakumbe strip show featuring Moses parting the Red Sea. That dude's stupid. All right. We got Grow talking with Kofi. $5 support Black Male Media. Salute to RBN. RBN. All right, that's for you, man. And then Alexander X has been a member of the RBN network for 3 months. All right, shout out to him. Now, I'll give y'all the diggling, okay? Pause.
Hold on. We had Lucky.
Oh.
We had $2 for Lucky, and then we got $5 for information, man. So
okay,
we don't want to leave them out, man. Hold on a second.
Right. Don't
just to
give
give
me
y'all
nothing.
a little taste, man.
Don't give me nothing.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes the money.
Appreciate your support.
Oh man, I forgot. I see some more down there. Raw B gave to RBN Network. She said, showing love to the stand-up men on this panel. Much love from your favorite butterfly. All right. I don't know what you got going on with them lips on that picture, Robbie. All right. Embrace the Grace, $10 said that's the point of therapy, is to get to the bottom of things, address symptoms, learn how to effectively communicate, learn new coping skills, and enhance the quality of your life and relationships. The beautiful Lucky Marie says, can you make space for Tommy? Okay,
I was looking for Tommy. Yeah,
Yep.
he dipped out.
Information, man. Thank you for the $5 super chat, man. He said respect and peace. I appreciate you, brother.
Black Man Unfiltered. I'm gonna drop down and make space for Tommy. Because
you don't have to. If he comes back in the
here
chat,
anyway.
Yeah, he's not here. He's not here. But if he is in the chat, you want to drop down, you can when he get here. But he's not here. You can stay. But this is for you guys who gave, and this is for Good Enough Records. Let me give you guys the logo. New record label, Good Enough Records. And we have a few hits. And one of the most popular songs that's playing right now is the Diggling song by Dr. Nakumbe.
I'm glad you didn't get me in that shit.
And JT, you on deck.
Going to Diggling museums. Yes.
What's that? It's Dingling. Oh, shit.
Yeah. You think they're going on them girls' trips to have a segment with Jesus? Nah. Diggling museums. All these bitches going to the Diggling museums. Diggling museums. All these hoes going to Diggling museums. They get on the plane and you think they flying, but when they land, they looking for some dick, they lying. Diggling museums. Yep, your wife at a Diggling. She got a dick in her hand and she's taking pictures. And she with your sister-in-law and they getting with you. They taking pictures, FaceTiming you and telling you that they eating food like they at the fucking zoo. But they not. They can't. They ain't trying to do nothing but that diggling. They in Jamaica on the raft headed down the river. They got a nigga rubbing their ass and they pussies quiver. They getting wet and they don't think about you. They're only thinking about that Jamaican dude. Diggling museums. All these hoes going to the Diggling museums. All these hoes going to the Diggling museums. They going. Hey, they going. Okay, they going.
God bless. God bless the food. Goddamn it.
Thank you guys so much for being here. All right. Now I want to get to a video that Lost in Translation sent me before I get to the other ones that's just gonna really tear the panel down. But
before we do that, I want to ask a question to Paul really fast before we go there.
Okay.
When you were finding your dating and with your wife and everything, did you send your VHS tapes in to dating sites? Like, I remember the whole, you had to record yourself with the
I never did the video. No, the video. I never went there. I did the radio. I did the radio call-ins used to have in this area 98.7 KISS. They used to have the soul single connection, so I did some of that. But again, this web was just starting to come on. But I didn't do the video thing. I didn't.
MySpace, my bad.
I don't think MySpace. That was just again. You're talking 96, man, 95, 96. So this is newspapers. Dawn of this is.
Oh,
You
yeah,
know,
the dial-up
email
We
was
still
just
had
a
party
thing. You
lines,
know what I mean?
dog. We still had party lines during that time.
We were still
That's what I'm
talking over
saying. Yeah,
tapes.
yeah. Call in lines or whatnot. You know, you had a mailbox, mailbox 2225. Call me back. She drop a message in
tell
there.
on
Here's my number.
yourselves.
We call
Yeah.
her. So yeah, there
Giving
was a
out
lot of that.
radio shout outs, telling us, you know what? This song goes out
There you
to
go.
you special young lady
Yeah.
from a man
This is
who has
Mr.
had his eye on
Bennings,
her the whole
WBR
time.
Radio.
Ladies, this is from Mr. Paul Bennett. He
Yeah.
said,
That's right.
I've been
That's
watching you, girl. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Hey,
You're listening to Paul Bennett
Big Ed asked the
live on
question. Big Ed asked the question. He put a $10 super chat. He said, BMU, was that Kurt Franklin dancing in that video? Yes, that absolutely was
was.
Kurt Franklin dancing in that video.
Yeah, that was him.
Yeah, that was him. So I want to play the next video that was sent to me by Lost. And we're going to discuss that. And I have two more, and then we're going to just open up the discussion because this is crazy. Here it is.
Just though, but I don't like that you put the fake flower in your vest trying to make it look better than what it was.
Yeah.
I don't like that you brought a fake briefcase. There's probably nothing in there, and it's also halfway open. You should probably close it. Also, I don't like that the fact that you put your hat.
I mean, the hair
yourself
done.
in.
It's done. It's
So
done.
why
dog.
didn't you show your hair?
That's what I wanted to do today.
I understand. I just want to see your hair though.
I get it. You feel me? I've dealt with, you feel me, Chicago women most of my life. You okay? You feel me? Me and your brother probably sound alike because we done been through the same struggles. You feel me? But I could respect that. I just wanted to know what you was thinking about. That's all that was.
It's just weird talking to my little brother. So
No problem. You can't say little. We the same age, darling. Let's be respectful.
you sound like him though.
That's
So
because we
talking-
from the same place. So you don't like
No,
you don't
it's
like
not.
people from your hometown.
I never said
and
that.
that's respectful.
I just want a man with a higher vocabulary,
Okay.
which you don't have on your day-to-day speak.
I talk like where I was born from. I got a real like respect. I can't let you like, you feel me, throw down what I've been through. You feel me?
I never said what you went
I'm
through
just
was.
saying, though, you tried though, darling.
No, I
You feel me?
didn't.
So I want you to know, like, I'm really from struggle. I speak a
great.
certain type of way, but I've searched for education. I have a bachelor's
That's
degree.
fine.
You feel me? What I do right now, I work with people every day. So I don't want you to just throw shade on hood in general.
wasn't throwing shade
I
on you,
speak with a
love.
little slang. I got a little hood to me, but I'm educated, baby.
No, that's fine.
We can move forward. Thank you.
All right, fellas. What are your thoughts? Information man, we'll start with you.
I saw that clip. It was very interesting. That's an example of you never judge a book by its cover. She was prejudging. Once again, as I said before, women, they use everything to make a judgment on you. And I think men, we should do the same. It's obvious that the brother comes from Chicago. I think it was very interesting how he said, hey, I'm not your little brother, but we come from the same place and you don't know my struggle. And so I'll just leave it there. You just shouldn't judge people until you know their story.
Absolutely. Grooming, your thoughts?
When you're coming from somewhere, you want to be better from that place. You grow from a place. You expand your place. When he did, he turned her down. The right thing, my pick. I would have done the same thing probably.
Appreciate it. Our pain. Grace us with your wisdom, sir.
You know, it's funny that he gave her an opportunity for grace and she doubled down on her stupidity. You know, and that's the shame part of it. Because she knows, you know, you could tell when a person kind of knows they're wrong, but she didn't know how to backtrack from it.
Right.
Just by telling the brother, hey, listen, you know, I can dig it. Maybe I overstepped by calling you little. He's towering over her. And she just disrespected him. And she didn't know how to back away from it. And so she just leaned into it more. And she kind of, you know, I got to give the brother some credit for his restraint in the face of her disrespect. I'll leave it there.
Appreciate it. Mr. Bennett, it's on you, sir.
Well, as far as the just her tone, just her what she was looking for, everything seemed to be very superficial from jump. And contrasting to what I was just talking about earlier, like I said, one of the purposes for my document, like I said, it was really to help me get better in touch with who I was. but she is totally operating from a point of selfishness and superficial, being superficial, that I can't see how any man would want her, because she would be the type of person who would be like, at some point in time, whoever you are, even if I pick you, at some point I'm going to tire of you, or I'm going to require something else from you. Those are the type of ones you can never satisfy, because they're always chasing after something.
Mm-hmm.
So, just like our Payne said, I mean, the gentleman showed great restraint in with all of the sign language that she was giving him. And, so again, 10 years from now, she could be pretty much in the same place. And I think that's one of those examples where pretty privilege is going to run out. And she's going to be the one asking our Payne, well, why aren't I'm 31 and I'm not married. I'm not married yet. And, some, again, especially the light skins, you light skin and pretty, you think you just own the room when you go into it. But unfortunately, there might be some ball out there that may, they may want to touch it up, but is he going to put a ring on it? I don't think so.
Appreciate it. Trey Ferg, your view, sir, on what we just saw.
I think she was just on code with what we're seeing today. They seem pretty young. She seemed like she couldn't been, to me, she looked no more than 18, 19. So she's just pretty much on code with that. I think it's just unfortunate because, this is a great teaching moment that you can't judge a book by its cover. And I think brothers, for some reason, if they just try to be original in who they are, they get judged unfairly, because he did state his sort of accomplishments. But I also think for him, it just shows how brothers are not being groomed by righteous people and righteous brothers, because once she starts questioning your appearance, who you are, you move on quickly. I wouldn't have gave her no more energy. She wouldn't have got nothing else about me. I would have went on to the next and the next until we had that. And then I would have expelled who I was and what's about me. She wouldn't have to know nothing where I was from, because he could go back to Chicago, see her walking down the street, and she see him like, oh, okay, I know. You know what I'm saying? Just don't give him that energy, because now it throws the whole rest of the line off, because, people see. But as far as a young man, these are learning experiences, man. Somebody don't like you, move on quickly. Deuces up.
Appreciate it. Before we move on, Black man, could you play it again? TJ wants to play it again one more time.
All right, 1 second. Here we go.
You're gorgeous though, but I don't like that you put the fake flower in your vest trying to make it look better than what it was.
Yeah.
I don't like that you brought a fake briefcase. There's probably nothing in there, and it's also halfway open. You should probably close it. Also, I don't like that the fact that you put your hat.
I mean, the hair done. It's done. It's done.
So why didn't you show your hair?
That's what I wanted to do today.
I understand. I just want to see your hair though.
I get it. You feel me? I've dealt with, you feel me, Chicago women most of my life. You okay? You feel me? Me and your brother probably sound alike because we done been through the same struggles. You feel me? But I could respect that. I just wanted to know what you was thinking about. That's all that was.
It's just weird talking to my little brother. So
no problem. You can't say little. We the same age, darling. Let's be respectful.
you sound like him though.
That's
So
because we
talking-
from the same place. So you don't like
it's not.
people from your hometown.
I never said
and
that.
that's respectful.
I just want a man with a higher vocabulary,
Okay.
which you don't have on your day-to-day speak.
I talk like where I was born from. I got a real like respect. I can't let you, like, you feel me, throw down what I've been through. You feel me?
I never said what you went through
I'm just
was.
saying, though, you tried though, darling.
No, I
You feel me?
didn't.
So I want you to know, like, I'm really from struggle. I speak a
great.
certain type of way, but I've searched for education. I have a bachelor's
That's
degree.
fine.
You feel me? What I do right now, I work with people every day. So I don't want you to just throw shade on hood in general.
wasn't throwing shade
I
on you,
speak
bud.
with a little slang. I got a little hood to me, but I'm educated, baby.
No, that's
We can
fine.
move forward. Thank you.
Oh my
PJ, what you
Now,
got?
back in the day, we would have cracked on that hairline though, for real.
Well,
Oh
first,
yeah, we would have definitely.
That,
That big ass
that
ponytail
hairline
you had.
was that hairline was halfway back.
Yeah, I mean, like,
You look
like
you
this.
look like George Jefferson's daughter.
Yeah, it'd have been bad for her.
Ooh, we tore her up. Ooh, it's bad.
First of all, that brother is a more evolved man than me. He is, because I couldn't sit there like that. I'm just, and in my old age, I've come to understand my limitations, and I've just kind of embraced them. I had a male patient last night tell me he wanted to whoop my ass, and I put all my equipment down and told him, don't talk about it, just get up and do it. And then he told me he was going to report me, and I said, well, whoever you going to report to, go tell him I said kiss my ass too. See, I'm coming to the. I just don't care that what that woman did was absolute violence. That's all it was. And sometimes we don't recognize, because sometimes we think violence is nothing but physical. What that woman did, that was the equivalent of sucker punching, jumping somebody from behind, hitting him in the back of the head with a pipe. That's exactly what she did to that brother. Just her goal was to publicly humiliate him just because. And when you got a lady out there like that, let me tell you something. We always talk about, the grooming, what they were taught. Let me tell you something. We know right from wrong. That woman chose violence. And if we were in a less involved society, he could have met her violence, with actual male violence. You know what I mean? What she was doing. And there's, unfortunately, those of us who lived a little bit longer, we know where that's going to end up for her. We all know.
Hear what I said?
We all know where that's going to end up. And like I said, I am commending that that I don't want to call him young, that man. I'm commending that man for being a more highly evolved man than me. Because, I couldn't have sat there and just done that. And he did it the right way, and I'm still learning at this old age, not to try to get, not to meet aggression with aggression, but, I am what I am at this point in my life. But so that's what I saw there. But a lot of our sisters out here have this pathological need to try to humiliate and little boy Black men. And he caught it, and he didn't let it slide. Man, we're not gonna do that. There's no need for this disrespect. You're disrespecting me. Don't call me no little boy. I'm not your little brother. I'm quite frankly, I actually seen that clip before. He's older than her, and she's trying to little boy him. And he's an older gentleman. That girl is my daughter's her size. She 9. But our women are comfortable out there doing this because they've been allowed to, they've been rewarded for it, and we've shackled, men with the ability to be able to actually handle that the way it needs to be handled. I'm not advocating that you throw bones on a woman, fisticuffs with a woman, but I'm just saying that chick chose violence, and we know where this chick's going to end up. We know what kind of life she's going to have if she continues on this trajectory. We all know it. All right, so that's what I had to say. But my thesis was, to say that I'm not as involved as that brother, nowhere near it. And the fact that this woman actually chose violence.
Appreciate it, TJ. And from TJ to JT from the What We Know podcast. TJ.
You know it.
JT, go ahead, man, and give us your perspective on this video.
Yeah, so this is the thing. Thank God for internet. What you are witnessing is a new way on how young women and young men can humiliate one another. If you see what's trending right now, you will see that this is what they're doing now, disqualifying the person in front of them. You got shows like one rapper versus 20 women, and they're trying to get the man to pick them. And you see the only thing they have to offer is ass and coochie and gawk. Then you have something like what we seen there, where this whole thing on cold approaching and, looking at each other and seeing how they can disqualify each other, right? So it's just getting to a point now where young men are so fucking frustrated with women, but they still want to have sex with them. So right now, when you talk to these young folks, the one thing that they would tell you is that this is what we got in front of us. This is all we got, right? And you would hear guys my age and our Payne's age, and we would tell them, no, if you get out of the realm where you're at, and stop trying to find them. Ignore them. That's what you got to do. What they're not doing is ignoring them type of women. If she got eyelashes, ignore her. If it ain't her hair, ignore her. When she speaks like a man, ignore her. If the only thing you see is her ass crack and her nipples, ignore her. Having the conversation with them is not doing anything because they're not ready to listen. They're not ready to listen. But this is what, look, the internet is the ones that's perpetuating this. Now, guess what we're going to start having? A bunch of young men saying, bitch, fuck you, goofy ass hoe. I ain't like your ass anyway. This is what you're going to have now. They're going to be standing up in front of each other, and this is what's being, I'm telling you, it's coming down the pipeline. Instead of the number one thing that we can do is ignore them. Let them go on an island by themselves and die. Let them have the motherfucking Deontay's and Convantes. Let them niggas impregnate them and you ignore them. And the ones that's standing and sitting next to them and they don't want to speak up against it, you might have to ignore their ass too. That's why I ain't got a problem with motherfuckers sitting back talking about passport bros. How the fuck we gonna sit back and get mad at motherfuckers and sit back and say, man, I'm tired of this Western bullshit, right? Because all we're doing is being hated at and hated on by women. I ain't talking about my age. I'm talking about the younger folks. So they're, in return, what are they doing? Fuck you. But they still fucking you. At the end of the day, I don't know. I think we just have to talk to them. I'm seeing it. We're starting to have a change where the older generation is starting to intertwine with some of the younger generation. And the dopest thing is that it's the young men that's taking that, the fortitude to sit back and say, let me talk to the OGs and let me tell them exactly how. Because right now, when we talk to them, they have a lot of anger towards us. I'm talking about the young men, right? Until we start having real conversation with them, until we stop trying to sun them and tell them that I'm older than you, I know what's better, I know better than you, right? Because when we start talking to them and listening to them and shutting the fuck up and listen to them, and then we'll be able to understand what the fuck they talking about. And guess what they're gonna end up saying? Damn, I'm going through that right now, OG. And then when we say ignore them, now they can understand because now they can see another part. I'm seeing the evolution that's happening with the conversations because we are having these conversations. But at the same time, we got to combat those type of podcasts or whatever the fuck they call those things because it's a lot of them out there right now. They started it out with the rappers and the comedians and shit like that. Now it's just regular young men and young women. And the only thing it's going to be is them putting each other down. She sat there with my man, and whoever be having that crazy ass, sad ass music in the background, go to hell.
Yeah.
Because they try to play on your damn heartstrings.
It did what
I
it's supposed to do.
understood it.
No,
I understood it. And I'm going to end it there.
no, I want to say this real quick. If
Take
y'all
your time,
think that,
man. Take your time.
if y'all think that was something, I want y'all to hear the counter to this. I want y'all to hear a woman counter these women when it comes to how they talk.
Before you go, I'm gonna make sure I get my point in too.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
Yeah. Before you go, before we transition.
Yeah, go ahead, my brother. My bad.
What we have in this particular situation, I like to look at it from different angles. I'm going to start with him first. Okay. His particular situation, he was a gentleman, and I appreciate that about him. I always tell my guys, manners maketh man. Just because somebody balls up their fist doesn't mean you have to join into the fight. You see what I'm saying? What I liked about him, he used humility. He also expressed himself, you know what I mean, and where he was coming from. Now, I do appreciate that. My only critique with him is I want him to stand up a little straighter and say it with his chest. You know, you're a man. Say it loud. You know what I mean? The second thing that I noticed is that the lady came out of nowhere with just haymakers You're not this, you're not that, you're not this. You know what I mean? And to me, that speaks more to her insecurities. It was all about her and her selfishness. Now, there's also a layer of this thing that people don't notice. When I was in social psychology class, we talked about how people act differently in crowds. I beg to ask the question, would she have used that same tone and tenor with him if they were out on a date and it was just her and him? You see what I'm saying? I think what happens is she gave in to the sisterhood with those other women that were standing there and they were giving her the rah-rah spirit. You go, girl, you tell him. You see what I'm saying? And I think that is the precursor to what we're seeing with the sisterhood when they encourage each other for bad behavior. You see what I'm saying? So what I saw a scared little girl. And what she was doing, she was actually using her mouth as a weapon to cover up and mask her own insecurities by projecting those insecurities onto them, telling him that he's not good enough, when in reality, she was the one that was not good enough. You see what I'm saying? We see that a lot of times when we have these conversations where people spew out, well, you're not this and you're not that. Well, if God wanted all us to be the same, he would have made a Xerox machine. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is this, we always have to appreciate what we have in front of us. And I think she wasted a golden opportunity to find out exactly who this man was. But I love the fact that he gave the microphone back to the other lady and said, you know what? We can move on. Gentlemen, when you get somebody that's in front of you that does stuff like that, do not be afraid to move on. I commend him on that. And he did it as a gentleman. And he kept going because you never know. The girl at the very end may be the girl who sees how he's acting. And you know what? He treated her with respect, even though she met him with disrespect. And that's somebody I can grow with. That's somebody, if I get into a relationship and want to have hard conversations with, I know he's going to keep his composure. And I think other women that see that would take advantage of that and say, you know what? I think I need to do better. But also, I'm going to call the sisterhood to the carpet as well, too. I've been watching a whole bunch of videos of women coming back and apologizing to men, saying, I apologize, black man, this, that, and the other. But my whole thing is this. We appreciate your apologies, but you need to check the behavior of women like the women in the first video and women in the second video so we can stop this madness. We have to stop giving people permission slips to act a fool because they act differently in crowds than they do when they're alone. And black man, I'm going to leave it right there so we can move on.
All right.
Can I ask a follow-up?
Go
I
ahead.
want to ask a follow-up. Actually, it may go better. You said you're going to play a rebuttal video, right? After this? All right, you can go. I can circle back around. I have another follow-up question, but I think you can go through your process first, and I can come back.
Okay. All right, here we go, guys.
A woman that wants to be a wife versus a woman that just
turn it up, black man. It's low.
I think most of us are bred to just want a husband. What is the difference between a woman that wants to be a wife versus a woman that just wants a husband?
Oh, you know what? I think most of us are bred to just want a husband.
Yeah,
whereas to be groomed and trained to be a wife means to understand how to respect masculine energy, how to truly be inside of your feminine, which means trusting the leadership of your partner, because feminine chooses certainty. Feminine doesn't choose flow, because feminine is flow, right? Feminine energy. When we choose to understand that it is our biggest opportunity to seek out the needs of a man without him expressing them, I think a beautiful opportunity for us to empower that man and ride through the storms. I feel like we live in a weak generation where things get hard and people immediately are like, oh, I quit. This is too hard. And that's like, it's never going to hinder you the result you want. If you keep quitting, it's to be groomed as a wife means it's compassion. It's longevity. That's where marriage starts. When you get married, you say, I do, it starts. Whereas other people, it's like when you get married, I made it. No, you didn't make it. You hate that man. You hate that woman. Y'all can't stand each other. You don't care enough to not disrespect each other or call each other out of your own name. You don't care enough to not want to sleep on opposite sides of the bed when there's a problem. You don't care enough to have the hard conversation so that you can move together more powerfully. That's just to have a husband. But when you want to be a wife, things are different, in my opinion.
That's very.
Right?
Is she married?
I think so.
She sounded like it to me.
I think so.
There's a lot of people who sound like that.
Yes, yes, she's married.
Yeah,
she's
now,
married.
now I'm gonna go ahead and get the other video out the way as well. Then we could just have a panel for a full conversation. So I'm gonna play this one. Give me just a second. Pull this one up. This is D.L. Hughley talking about how his mom treated his dad.
Of disrespect that I saw my mom give my dad during his final months on this earth is the reason why we don't have a relationship.
Do you know that that's you're telling my story right now?
Really?
My father died. Yesterday was his birthday.
Yeah.
My father died, and the way that my mother treated my father. I go to see my mother earlier in January of this year. My mother is at a hospital in a rich white area in a bed by herself. My father died and left her everything. She has her bills paid off. She has money in the bank that they never would have had. And the way she treated him makes me not be able to see her.
Damn.
Yeah.
Never knew that he had that situation with his mom. Damn.
Information, man. You can go first, bro. You can speak
just
on both videos. Damn, bro. That's sad.
So his father completely dedicated himself to his mother, left her everything, but in reality, the mother treated his father like shit.
Yep.
That was an unworthy woman.
Well, come on. See it.
Damn.
Yeah. Pain. Our pain. Come on.
You know, like I said this a couple of times. I feel crazy talking about my relationship, but you know, I think one of the things that helped me is I looked my wife's father in the eye, and he was like 6'2". He was a big dude from the South, and he led his whole family from the South in his Southern migration up north. And he had a lot of dreams and aspirations, but when I asked him permission to marry his daughter, all he said to me is, "Listen, I'm gonna give her to you in one piece, and I want you, if anything goes wrong, to bring her back in the same way." And I looked him in the eye, you know, and I wasn't used to that. I'm from the hood a little bit. I'm not a tough guy, but I haven't been around men like that. I said, "Listen, man, she's not coming back. She is not coming back." And he just shook my hand and said, "Okay, pay for my wedding and everything."
Dang.
And but the point I was saying, the point I was going to make in this video is, my wife was kind of groomed to be a wife because she lived at home. I took her from the house, but a thing about men who are dedicated to the vows to a wife, and that's why I tell people we're not partners. And I argue with some modern men about that. I do stuff for my wife that I never expect her to do for me. Not only am I taking care of her while she's alive, and she's self-sufficient, she's college educated, but when I die, one of my goals is to make sure her lifestyle doesn't go down. I don't think women think that way about men. You know? So, you know, it's not only while she's alive and I'm alive. When I'm gone, I want to try to make sure she's taken care of as well. And whatever she does with that, that's on her. That's the blessing God gives her. So we are dedicated to our women in marriage for far more than they can ever understand if you really look at the relationship between us and women. Even though my wife is a gem, right? Because my goal is to make sure she don't have the pressures of life on that the average person has on it. When she goes to sleep in 2 minutes. She don't have the worries of the world.
Like Lily from the Monsters.
Right, because she don't have the worries on the world on her shoulders because I carry that shit. Anyway, I'll just land it there. So I like the first lady because she sounds right, but I understand where DL was coming from because you know there's a lot of women who misuse that blessing.
Yeah, Mr. Bennett, man. After watching that, man, I mean, both videos just give us insight, but especially that last one.
All right. Well, on the last one, I think that has to be the penalty. You honor your mother and your father. I may make sure your bills are taken care of, that that you're cared for, and people looking after you and whatnot. But yeah, that may cost the relationship. If I see my dad doing all that for you, and that's how you treat him in the end, yeah, I mean, I think that relationship is definitely going to be severed. I don't think I necessarily owe you that. I mean, that might be selfish on my part, but that's how I would certainly approach that situation. But yeah, I'll make sure you'll be cared for when you die. I'll make sure you have your funeral and all those things that go with it. But I don't necessarily have to have a relationship with you. And I think that's a price that's paid. But how many times have we seen from him, from Kirk Franklin, from all these videos that you showed all these men, how their moms lied to them, or how they treated their fathers or whatever? It's a constant thing with these men who, I mean, the miracle is how these men turn up the way they did in spite of everything that's been done to them. And yet we see this story over and over again, how these men are put in these positions, but how they overcome it. And so, so shout out for DL to being so transparent with that. But there was a question I wanted to ask though, and this is something I've seen certainly in these spaces where we talked about, and I love how we came to the defense of the brother when the sister was going at him. But it was said earlier in the show that sometimes where women get this from, a lot of it comes from the men, from their fathers. And so how many of us seeing that brother, if that brother came to our door, dressed the way he was, talking the way he was, for those of us who have daughters, would we have looked him up and down? Would we have had our own biases towards him without getting to know him? Because I see it, and I see a lot of guys who you might have had it rough coming up. You were able to transform. You were able to get to the next level and change your life. But then you won't necessarily extend that grace to the next man that comes up. I mean, the character to say, look, this guy might have been in a situation where he might have came up hard, he came up rough, but he did something with himself, and that's something that I can see him growing into something. But a lot of fathers want that ready-made man. They want that man to be polished. Like she said, she wants them to have a better vocabulary and all of these things, despite the fact he's college educated. So a lot of fathers, like a lot of times when we make it, we become like, we sort of forget, where we came from, the struggle that we had. So I just wonder how many fathers who, if you have daughters and dude comes up, yes, he's got his education, whatnot, but he's a little, he's got a little edge, would we be so fast to dismiss him or say, look, I think I want better for my daughter? Or will we be willing to give him a chance and talk to him and find out the character of the man versus just the appearances? Because I've seen that happen in real life where a lot of guys are talking like, and I'm like, well, where'd you come from, brother? I mean, but we just think differently when we get to a certain level. We just think that, that man isn't good enough for our daughters, but someone gave us a chance back in the day with their daughter, but we don't want to give it. So I'm just curious what you guys think about that.
It's a good point. It's a good point, but you would never treat him like that, Mr. Ben.
Yeah, I
wouldn't. No, I'm saying I wouldn't, but I'm saying I've seen guys do that to say like, they don't want to.
But what I'm trying to say is your point is well taken, but he would come to me and I would have pause too. Like you said, he was dressed. But you'd give him an opportunity through conversation to see whether your judgment.
Yeah,
that's right.
That's how men operate. We would have conversation.
Exactly.
We would see. Remember, we're more analytical. I may be criticized for what I'm about to say. We're more analytical than women. We're gonna analyze a motherfucker. We're gonna say, okay, let me see, what is he really all about? Now he got a little. Now let's remember, you said a key thing, Mr. Bennett. The reason why I would at least analyze the brother, because you know what? All of us on this panel had a little swagger like that when we were that age. Come on now.
Yeah.
When we were, all of us up here when we were 20 years old, don't tell me that you was the most polished. Right. But this is what I look for. Is the young man driven? Does he have goals and objectives? I can say this, I don't know him. But my impression from that young man is that even though he's got a little slang talk or whatever, he appeared like he's got goals and objectives. Yeah. And you saw, and like the brother said up here earlier, he showed more restraint. That shows you that he's a disciplined young man, that he was able to deal with her peppering of violence, as the brother said, the nastiness, But he still was able to show humanity and say, okay, she's a woman, I'm a man. Let me not get up here. Let me show her respect, but I'm also show her that I'm not going to appreciate her disrespect. That shows a part of his character. And I would think that a father would be able, if he's worth his salt and gold, to be able to assess the character of a young man once you take the time to get to know him.
Right. TJ?
Yeah, especially if you guys daughters. I mean, JT, I would love to hear from you since you got daughters yourself. You know, how would you approach a situation like that? You know, young man comes to your house and whatever reason he may not, at least from the appearance or the dialect, how would you approach something like that?
So,
Well,
go ahead.
Go ahead, TJ.
Well, first of all, I actually didn't have a problem by the way he was dressed. I'd have been more curious about the fact that he was carrying around a briefcase. I would have been tickled by that. You know what I mean? Like, what the hell is this little corny young man doing walking around with a briefcase? So I would have, I would have forgot that he there for my daughter, and I would have had a whole conversation about like why I'd have been so focused on that briefcase because it's not typical. You don't see that. You know what I mean? So you want to, I'll be curious to like, how did that, come about that he thought? So I'd have been all up about that. So I probably would have been like way forgotten about the fact that this dude out here trying to deflower my daughter. So I forgot about that.
He also said that he works with people. So I would be curious to know what kind of work is he doing?
Yeah,
he might be doing some work in the community. He might be mentoring other young men like himself. Yeah, I'll be curious to know what he's doing.
The moment I would have found out that he had, because he has an undergrad degree, because I do too. That's a point of similarity between him and I. So now I'm going into a conversation about like, okay, we got the preparation of online schools. I'd be like, did you do it the old-fashioned way? Did you go to college? Did you live in the dorms? Because that's something we can relate to. We can talk about. You know what I mean? I would have found out what undergrad degree he got, what he wants to do. And the fact that he came out that he working with people, said he wants to be of service, which is in the natural line of men to be of service. So, and the fact that and I'd have been more curious in the back of my mind about the way he spoke, if that's really him or if that's his representative. So I'd have been curious about those approaches and stuff like that, with the young man. And hopefully I've done the work on my daughter that she wouldn't bring. Look, I'm going home to see my daughter in a couple of days. I gave her an assignment last month, which was I wanted her to create it. I gave her two phrases, and I wanted her to learn what they were, and I wanted her to create a poster, two different like posters. Cut out posters and stuff like that, or pictures on a poster board. One was because me and my daughter got this whole thing about. I asked her to go get me something out of the kitchen, and she had a whole conniption fit. So I talked to her about. I said to her, "I want you to learn what is being useful and what is being of service." I said, "I want you to create a poster." I said, "I want the title, then I want the definition, and then I want pictures of showing me what each of those are, and I want to see that when I come back." She's 9. So I want to already I'm starting those conversations about her being able to identify what of service actually looks, being what useful looks like, what of service looks like. And I'm having those conversations. I'm not even saying about boy, girl with her. You know what I mean? Even though I know that's where I'm going, you know what I mean? And because she's 9, I'm not trying to have a conversation yet, but I'm just getting those concepts in her early so she can start the process of learning how to navigate selecting, So hopefully, but I had no problem with that young man, and even how he presented himself. Find no problem with it, because he's, just because he's not of my generation, that don't mean I got to knock. Now if he would have came in with his ass pants hanging out around his ass, and his lingo a little bit more rougher than it was, you know what I mean? Then that'd have been a different thing. But I found nothing that he did that was out of pocket, so to speak.
Right.
All right. So first thing is young women really don't care what their father really think unless they are up under the same roof, and that's still off of a balance of probabilities.
Right.
They will bring the young man around the mom before they bring him around the dad, because the mom does not know how to vet a man for themselves, let alone a man for their daughters. Moms, when they criticize young men, it's off of his height, it's off of his parents, it's off of him not having a car or having a car, it's off of him not
Right.
having a job. It's everything other than what is his value, right? I'm a little more stringent because I'm not going to have my daughter around every time I'm talking to him. It's going to be me and him.
Mano y mano.
Because what I have to understand is if my daughter actually was in the ballpark of picking the right guy, I'm not going to ask him, what is your intentions with my daughter? I know what his intentions is with my daughter, especially during these times right now. And it's not to marry her. So it's heartbreaking. I'm gonna put it to you like this. It's very heartbreaking right now because young women today are way more apt on being in groups of young women. And when they want, it's like they do the same thing young men were doing, right? I'm around you when I want affection. But when I'm going out and I'm outside and what they say, I'm on the porch or I'm off the porch or whatever the fuck they talking about, they're on social media wearing all this crazy ass shit, showing their butt and hanging in groups on cruises and all these different parties and these different hookah bars and all these different things. They're fucking lost. There's a small amount of young ladies that actually can get it at least in the ballpark. A very small amount of them because they don't like young men. They just don't like them. They use them for what they can use them for, and that's basically it. And one of the reasons is because they keep those dudes away from dad, but they would bring them around mom. I'll end it with that.
You know what? I'm going to piggyback off what Mr. Bennett said earlier. Yes, I was watching the show, you know what I'm saying, away from the screen. I had to go back and change into something more comfortable. I had to go back and change my name because I had to get back to who I am, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, okay, a little quickie, huh? Okay.
Hey, you know what I'm saying?
You and
here's
Black
my
Man,
thing.
y'all gonna cut this shit out on Fridays.
Listen,
I got
I
a
had to
job
step
to
into something
do.
more comfortable. Look at man. I like what Mr. Bennett said. Would we have treated him, you know, just based upon what he looked like? You know what I mean? My whole thing is this: we got to teach young men to actually look past the daughter sometimes and look the dad in the eye, look him square in the eye and ask him, do you stand behind your product, sir? You know what I mean? How did you raise your daughter? Because my thing is this: if she's going to be the mother of my children, she's going to be my wife. I want to make sure you did your job as a father to make sure she's done her job. You know what I'm saying? So she'll be able to do her job as my wife. And I think young men get scared or get intimidated by the father. I tell them, you know, challenge it. You know, say, hey, I want to talk to your dad. Let me tell y'all something. When I was younger, man, I used to bring girls over to my family house all the time. And we got this thing we call smoking them over. You know, basically what it is, they get the young woman and just say, hey, look, we're going to find out what we need to find out about her and see if she's good enough to be in the family. You see what I'm saying? We're going to find out what she's made from. And it didn't dawn on me till later on. I figured out what they were doing. They were trying to see if she was able to cater to me. You know what I mean? And she was like, well, go in there and fix my plate for me, baby. Instead of her saying, say, baby, what would you like on your plate? And every time at the end of the night, you know, after they leave or whatever, and I go back and I ask my aunt, so what you think? She's like, no, she ain't the one. You know what I mean? And she's like, they'll run the bullet points down. I'm like, yeah, look, she didn't come in and ask to help clean up. She didn't get around and she didn't socialize. You know what I mean? She asked you to fix her plate instead of her fixing your plate. You know what I mean? Little small stuff like that. And it really didn't dawn on me the reason why they did it is because it was like, look, sometimes you have to look at how somebody moves to figure out exactly how they were trained. And if they're willing to be able to be trained or can be trained. You see what I'm saying? Because it speaks to what we talked about earlier, the willingness to change. You know, when we get into relationships, man, you know, you're not going to stay the same. We saw that with Mandrell yesterday when he announced when he got married. And I can see it in his eyes. And Mandrell is a different person. You know what I mean? He's a better man because he's gotten married. You know what I mean? His face is slimmed down. He looked like he got a little joy down in his whole in his soul, in his heart.
He also shaved his head, so he joined the 7B network too.
Yeah, he did.
Congratulations. Welcome to the 7Bs.
Well, I
You know
told
what I
him.
mean?
Yeah, I told him it looked like somebody had forgot they started the lawnmower in the house across his head anyway. I mean, man, took his hat off one day. It looked like he had some type of cancer.
Right.
So I'm glad that
he said
his
hairline was doing this.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, he had a George Jefferson.
Yeah, he had a
He was
cute
clean,
dog hairline,
baby.
a cute dog. He was just like
He
this.
was
That
clean.
shit-
He was faking him out. He had it faked him out. It was right up here, then it went back. It's
Right. So with that being said, man, we have to realize that when we get into relationships, yes, Mandrell cheated on you, Lauren, man.
Damn,
Yes, he did. He
Lauren,
went on.
he missed nothing.
He went on and bought that thing. He didn't steal the milk from the cow. He bought the whole cow. You know what I'm saying?
See, that's what happens when you that's what happens when you wait. Now, see, you left them out there. You should have went and snatched them.
Hey, you know,
you thought he was gonna come.
the competition real, ain't it, Mr.
That's
Bennett?
It's real. It's
That's
out
right.
there.
I say that to say all this. Is that, gentlemen, even if you may not have a father in your life, you can still get around the OGs and they'll help you. You know what I mean? That's what we want to do, because some of us may or may not have had, you know, the stuff that you need, but we'll listen to you and we'll try to figure it out. That's what men do. But my thing is this: make sure that you understand exactly what you're getting yourself into. You know what I mean? Know the person that you need for your life, so that way you can sort things out. And that's probably the reason why that young man did it the way he did it. You know what I'm saying? It was being cordial. Now, I say that to say this: you have to figure out exactly the family dynamics of who you're dating. You see what I'm saying? Find out exactly what it is. The last person I dated, there was no men in the family. To me, that was a red flag. I'm like, either y'all killed them off, ran them off, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, or made them run off, disappeared, or whatever. To me, that was a red flag, but it was an indicator that there was no respect for men, you know, and I can't operate in an environment like that. Not with my family, because we honor men in our family. We honor women in our family. You see what I'm saying? Those are some of those aspects of relationships that we need to get back good at doing. You know what I'm saying? Speaking to what makes you who you are is more important than what you have, you know, because anything that you have can be taken away. You know, I've seen tornadoes rip through whole entire neighborhoods, taking everything away. And all that's left is you and your family, and that's it. And at that point, who are you? Can you rebuild? You know what I mean? I think, who was that said that I want to speak to your character? I don't know which one of y'all said that, but that was an excellent point. And it makes much more sense.
Right.
Well, I had mentioned the character portion.
Yeah.
And,
Right.
I think that
But
what he
I'm-
did
yeah.
spoke to his character. So
Right. But I'm curious to know, especially from the guys, because I'm looking at a lot of you guys have daughters, you know, Arpain, Information Man, JT, and I know Real Broad, I know your daughter's young, but I'm curious from your aspect, because I got 3 daughters too. So is there something specific that you look for in a young man? So again, when you have that conversation with the man that, you know, if your daughter decides to bring him to you and not the mama first.
Well, my oldest daughter, she did bring the young man because they got a kid together.
Okay.
And she brought him in front of me, and I was a little disappointed.
Okay, so
I was a lot disappointed. I ain't gonna even lie. I was like, fuck
Okay.
that. I cussed her mama out. I cussed all the women that was around her. I ain't gonna even lie. I cussed all their ass the fuck out.
JT,
So what
why
were
you
you-
cuss
so
her out?
what were
Because
you
she
look-
knew
what were you
better?
looking-
What was that?
Not only because she knew better, it's because she held it from me. I didn't know my daughter was pregnant until she was getting ready to have the baby.
Oh, okay.
Because she was scared to talk to me. And a lot of it had to do with her mother putting fear in her throughout the years of, you know, us going through the little parenting thing and going through that child support bullshit. And it was what I didn't, it was what I intentionally feared when I got the divorce, right? Because she was 5 when we got a divorce. So that was, I nutted up. People, everybody around me, even my father was like, I think you've been a little too hard. And I wasn't, because I'm like, you tearing up my motherfucking family. I fuck that child support shit. Fuck all that motherfucking shit. I'm taking care of my kid. And she fought me on it. And so after she fought me on it, I knew it was going to come. 17 comes. Your daughter doing this and you do. Don't come to me when you fuck everything up. You made a mess of this and now you want me to come to you and now you want me to come and fix this shit. When you fought against me and you went and got strangers and you fucked up my fatherhood, right? That was what I was on. Now my daughter is 28. What her mother did to me is what she's doing to that young man. What I was disappointed in was that my daughter had no business being with him. He's not a bad young man. He just had too many issues in his life where he had no intentions on having a family.
Okay, I see.
He had no intentions on marrying my daughter. He had no intentions. And the thing was that her mama was calling herself vetting him, and she had no business doing that shit at all.
That was
She's getting common with the young man, getting common with the family, with his side of the family. I met his, because we ain't got no choice but to be family now.
Yeah.
So his grandfather and his grandmother is raising him. I don't like their grandfather. I don't like his grandfather. You know why? Because he sit around a bunch of fucking women. The grandfather. All the men outside having beers and doing what we do, talking man shit. He in the goddamn kitchen with the goddamn women.
Being sassy, as they say.
So yeah, and I just don't bite my tongue too much. I'm they pretty much know how I am. I'm that nigga when it comes down to it. When I don't approve of something, I can't fake it. So what happens now is I love my grandson, but I can't deal with the rest of you motherfuckers when it come down to this. We got to do this. I do it the way I do it. So when granddaddy is here, I don't want grandmama and all them motherfuckers around me and my grandson when we there. Now I got to try to figure out how to have as much more time with him because my daughter lives in Tennessee.
Okay.
So I can help him actually be a man. My daughter, she's still at the age of, he's about to be 4 and she's still trying to love him and cuddle. And I'm like, you're doing too much.
Doing too much, yeah.
Yeah.
Then he goes from her to his grandmama. She's cuddling him. Then he goes to the great grandmama. She's cuddling him. The aunties, they all cuddling him. So by the time he get around grandfather, great granddaddy, uncles, and all of that, he always fucking crying. He's not, but I'm saying this is what it'll manifest to. Feelings getting hurting, all this crazy ass shit. So now I have to have real conversation with my daughter. So when she's sitting back, fussing and crying and all that shit, I have to put it in front of her. Now, the craziest part is it's not an easy thing to do because I love my baby. So I got to figure out how to make this approach, how to make the ending right, where she can actually understand exactly what's going on. And I got an intelligent daughter. So she does when we do talk, because it's a certain plateau her mother had made by the time she became 16. By the time her mother plateaued, because after 16, she ain't had no more answers. She was looking for me for all the damn answers. Because I was the one that when I came, she go there, argue with the girls, all of that. But anytime it came down to me, I said something, they could be mad, but guess what they wasn't doing? Fussing and arguing with me, trying to make it a democracy and shit. They already knew when it came down to me, it's not a democracy because I stood on something.
Right.
JT, I got a question.
And that's where with the young men, like the one that we saw in that picture, that video, I feel sorry for him because he's right there. He didn't look bad to me. He had his locks. He had a briefcase. He was sitting there and he's in the dating field or whatever. and he just got destroyed for nothing. He didn't say anything disrespectful, and this is what I mean. That's the culture. That's the culture.
JT, I have a quick question for you.
Yes, sir.
So so when you talk to your daughter about how she's handling the kid's father, what is her response to that? When you're saying
I don't know. I don't know what he wants. She stays in Tennessee. She gave him an ultimatum: stay in Tennessee, or was she gonna put him on child support? He went to Texas. He still comes. He still comes to the. He would call me because now it's not a relationship with them. They're just co-parenting.
Right. She
But
gave
the
him an
fucked up part.
ultimatum. She gave him an ultimatum, and she thought that was gonna work.
She thought it was gonna work because her mom don't know how to talk to her. Now the crazy part is her mother is not giving her advice like, give him. She's against it, but she can't talk to her because her mother did the same thing. So her mother is guilty of her past. So it's a lot of things that she can't say to neither one of my daughters because of the shit that she did. And that's what it was. This wasn't like, that's why I never consider myself a baby daddy, and I never consider my ex-wife a baby mama. I ain't got no baby mamas, and I ain't no fucking baby daddy. That was the reason why, because I still to this day respect my family. It's still my fucking family, and I had to figure out this shit. These young men ain't gonna be able to figure it out. They're gonna be at a point where only thing they know is to put their hands on the woman. Only thing they know is to cuss her out and be equal with her. These are the things that they know. When they start talking to men like myself, like if you got those type of young men in this circle, they're going to fight against us. We just seen it a couple of times, a couple of months ago, where you had Gen Zs and millennials. They didn't want to hear shit we had to say. Am I lying or paying? At first.
No, they still don't.
They couldn't. You owe was their thing. And what they do is every conversation when referring to women, they refer to them as bitches. So the young men that comes my way that's trying to date my daughter and all these kind of things, I look at all of those motherfuckers the same until they prove something different to me. And that's the difference between me and their mom. I'm not going to be talking about how tall he is. I'm not going to be talking about, these guys are young. They ain't making no 6 fucking figures, and they out here trying to get 6 figures. Going and driving Uber and Lyft and investing real bad in Bitcoin and shit like that, losing all kind of fucking money that they ain't got.
Right.
This ain't about the Jordans and all that no more. This generation, they're trying to make quick money.
Right. Quick fame.
And they keep messing their future up because they hit it for a lick and they take all of their money. They get money that they get from college, the extra money, they will put it on Bitcoin thinking they know what they doing with investing.
And blow the shit away.
And they blow it. They blow all their fucking money because they out here listening to all these dudes on IG and all that shit talking about this is what you need to do. This is what we have a problem with. This is the thing, Mr. Bennett. It's just not an easy fix, bro. Right. This shit is at a point where I'm like, I got to figure it out every time.
Right. But I want to quickly, can I just follow up just quickly though? So again, I know how it went with you have another daughter though.
Yes.
So has this experience, has that now changed? Have you guys gotten closer in terms of her vetting the men that she dates, or is there certain things that you look for with her, or is that relationship is also you're kind of out of it?
That one is a whole lot worse.
Oh, sorry,
because she's in college. She's in Louisiana, and she's in college still. She's getting ready to graduate, and she has a young man that she's interested in. So the craziest thing is that she was no.
Okay.
So the thing is that, and she will not, I'm trying to FaceTime, she will not bring that young man around. Now, the craziest part is this. She was living in a dorm. And because she was in love, guess what she ended up doing? Moving out the dorm and getting an apartment with him.
Oh, big mistake.
So her mother is spending out of her pocket still for that dorm that she's not living in.
Get out of here.
So now her and her mother is going back and forth with each other and upset and all these different things. Guess who they call? Me.
You? Yeah.
That's the reality.
I'm not laughing because it's funny, man.
No, I got you. I got
you. Know
you.
what I mean? That's just
Can we go?
The guy that y'all talking about, I was him.
Can we move on though? Hold on, Trey, because we're talking about daughters now, right? You got a son, right? You got a daughter too?
I was trying to answer, I never got to answer. So.
Go ahead.
No, I was the guy that Mr. Bennett brought up as far as the guy that come to the door, meeting your daughter. You know, I met her previously, so I came over. I was met on the porch by the father.
Okay.
And he took me down the block having that conversation, what my expectations were to his daughter. I was only about 19. Luckily, I had a pretty good upbringing. I understood, yes, sir, no, sir, respect. I was in college my freshman year. So I had I gave them my plan at that time, what I was planning on doing. You know, I was a decent little athlete, whatever. So yeah, I was that guy. I had to have that conversation, and I didn't understand it until later. So now that's always been my approach. Like when I was mentoring and things, what type of guy would you be willing to, as far as parents, when I have parent groups, you have to understand and be able to understand and have conversations with new people that come into your children's life, whether it be a boy or a girl. You have to have conversations about what are the expectations with your child, and what about what type of upbringing did he have? Just simple. They seem simple, but you must know some type of questions about some background about the individual, because a lot of children, I ain't gonna say children, a lot of young adults, they come in with pain first. They come in, just on, it's not being truth. It's like, don't ask, don't tell. If you don't ask, they're not gonna tell. And you find that out that you've already gone too far, maybe gotten pregnant, maybe just, just moved in. Sometimes we move too fast. So I think those things are always good. Just have those conversations.
So let me give you my daughter's story though, man. Since we're talking about daughters, all right? Because my oldest had a guy, and and I met him. He was cool. He was going into the Navy. And I had talked to her about that. I said, listen, this guy's gonna go to boot camp, he's gonna go through all these kind of things, but they were close. We even had a family dinner with his mother and father. And she was like maybe around, she was out of college, around 26 at the time, 27, 26. I liked the guy, right? He was cool. But I said this long distance thing, unless you were gonna go and try to do things before he left, it's gonna be tough. But one of the things I liked about him is he was in basic training, and he wanted to go snowboarding. They were gonna go snowboarding. I said, listen, man, you're in basic training. You can't go snowboarding. If you get hurt, man, you're going to put all of that shit on delay. I said, I hear you. He said, well, I'm really good at it. I said, it doesn't matter whether you're good at it. If you get hurt, all your plans go out the window for as long as you're incapacitated. And he listened to me. And I thought, I wasn't testing him per se. But I thought that was a check in the box that he listened to.
Yeah, you saw wisdom. Yeah.
But it didn't work out for one reason or other. But all I'm just trying to say is I thought that was cool. But see, my youngest daughter, and my oldest daughter, I'm gonna say this, I'm gonna be real quick. She said to me one day over dinner, she said, Dad, there ain't no guys like you out there. And I took that two ways. As a compliment and the fact that I failed her. And the reason why I feel I failed her is because I should have had a whole bunch of fucking guys lined up for her to choose from all the dudes I know. because I'm in a frat, man. All these guys my age, they got sons her age and all that kind of stuff. Growing up, vetted families that I could have done something about that. You know, I mean, I don't want to be too hard on myself, but we don't think like that in America. So for my youngest daughter, I have a real close guy. His son, like I said before, it's exact age as my daughter. She's an architect and he's an engineer. And I don't know what he's starting out. He might have a girlfriend or two. But I talked to my partner about that, my buddy about that. And he understands where I'm coming from. I just want them to meet. I don't know if I can make that shit happen because he's in Maryland, she's here. All I'm just trying to say is that if we leave the women up to their own devices, we already fucking know that they don't know how to choose dudes that well. Some do, but in the modern era, so I just feel kind of, I shouldn't be so hard on myself because that's not an American tradition. But I could have done better for my daughters in terms of vetting.
Come on, information man. I know you want to say something. I see.
Yeah,
I know you chomping at the bit, man.
Our pain. As I heard you say that you're a member of a frat, I'm a member of a frat too, brother. One of the greatest fraternities that ever lived, Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. We are the fathers, the grandfathers of all of y'all.
I'm probably going to tell you.
Hold on. About the information, man. What did you say again? Hold up. Repeat that.
I'm a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity
There you go.
Incorporated.
Some jewels, baby.
We are the fathers and the grandfathers of all of y'all. You frat? 06, okay. Came through spring 89, San Francisco State University, Jewel Line. I just want to say this to you, Art Payne and everybody. All right, brother. I was real serious about what I was saying about us as men vetting our daughters with suitable young men. I'm kind of blessed. My daughter is 16 years old. The young man that she has known for quite some time. I know this is going to sound like a Disney story, but my daughter has befriended a young man that she has known since the time that they were kids. Through activities, school activities, sports activities, and then the fact that I know the family. So I was able to connect to another brother because of our kids being in the community that we live in, and our kids sort of gravitated towards themselves, right? So I know the father, I know the kid. I've known him since he was a little kid because my daughter and him are around the same circles socially. Now, I'm not going to say everything is going to be super perfect, but I have a better understanding of the young man as he is a teenager now, is going to Ivy League college. He's going places in life, it appears, as well as my daughter. And they like each other. There's no funny business in terms of he's like there's no nonsense going on where I don't know the parents, I don't know him. We know kids are going to do what kids are going to do. You hope they make the right decisions. But I think when we can pair or connect our children with other kids that are like-minded in this in terms of their family background, keep them in those circles where they can be with people of like-mindedness. I know it may sound to some people to be sort of elitist, but it is a solution to some of these problems. We do have to discriminate for the best. I'm sorry, gentlemen, we do. And we should be pairing our daughters and sons with the best character as well as the attraction that people have for each other, but the character, the principles, the goals, the structure. That's what my blessings have been so far. And because myself, as well as her mother, we've been able to show some proper examples. My daughter really has her head on right because I talked to her. Hey, believe it or not, she's watched some of these podcasts just to get a little you got to introduce your kids. We got to introduce our kids to some of these adult conversations so they can know what they're going to be facing. I'll rest on that. This has been a great show tonight.
Absolutely. Mr. Bennett, you wanted to add something, sir?
No. I just wanted to I just want to hear, like I said, just from the guy. So I know, like I said, TJ. I know that your daughter is young. She's 12. So again, you might be several years away from this. But I'm just curious, just from your perspective, what would you like to see in a young man that comes to your door? Are there certain qualities or attributes that you're looking for? Are there things that you're willing to accept him being a bit unpolished? But he has good character. He may need some direction. He's not maybe going to Ivy League or what have you, but there's, do you look at potential, or does he have to be basically a finished product before you would say, okay, you can date my daughter?
Let me add one more thing to your question before you answer that question. Answer it not before or after. Are you thinking about setting it up, even after you answer Mr. Bennett's question, about maybe finding candidates that she could be in a network with as well? The second part.
Okay.
Right.
First, she's 9, so let's not.
Okay, I thought she was 12. My apologies.
Okay.
Let me tell you something.
I've been thinking about age on her for sure.
I've been thinking about this shit since the day I knew I was having a girl. I didn't want a girl for nothing. Let me tell you something. I think I had a fucking breakdown when I found out that I was having a girl. Well, first of all, I was denying it all the way up until the point that she was born. I said, I'm not having no fucking girl, because I knew I wasn't built for that shit. You know what I mean? At least I didn't believe I was kind of built for that, because I understand, I know what to do with a boy if he go left.
Right.
I know what to do with that shit. That's easy. That's easy work. This girl shit, oh my God. And let me tell you something. At 9 years old, this girl is turning to say, nightmare, but my God, So I've been thinking about this since she's been born, and my biggest fear is her settling on a dumpster fire. What you say? That's my biggest fear. And the thing is, unfortunately, if I got to be honest with you, it's probably more of a reality than I want it to be, because her mother is not. I fucked up when I got this woman pregnant. I fucked up horribly. But I have what I have, kind of a deal. I tried to put my daughter in private school. When she entered school, her mother fought me tooth and nail. And the only regret I have is the caving on that, because I was going to send her to a private school that focused on arts and science. I mean, that's focused on, it was a math and science program. And so I was going to focus on, on that. And she was going to be at a school with, not that really means a lot to me, but the elite of our community go to that school.
Excellent.
And I wanted her there. So because I couldn't get her in there, though, they 2 years ago they developed after school programs for the general community that still cost a grip. And I got my daughter in cello, and I got her in some other stuff too over there. So my goal is, does the young man have to be polished? No, I don't expect a fucking 16-year-old or a 14-year-old to be anything other than a 14, 15, 16-year-old.
Right.
Maybe a little older. I mean, like the guy in the video, like in his 20s, a bit older.
He does not know. A guy does not have to be polished, but he has to at that age. But he has to be on the way.
Focus.
That he has to be on the way. My fear for myself and my daughter is, and I know the fight is coming, and I'm gearing up for it, is because my daughter's starting to say shit that I know is all her mother. You know what I mean? I ain't got no knock against hairdressers and nurses, because I work in the hospital. I'm a respiratory therapist. I have told my daughter unequivocally, you are not doing that. I said, your college fund is getting fattened up for you to go to Columbia and Princeton or Dartmouth. That's where you're going. I'm not having that. And you're going to do something either in finance or engineering or some kind of technology. I'm telling her now, this is what you're doing because I'm paying for it. And I said, and I want you to have a life that you and your mother and I failed to do for ourselves. And I'm preparing myself. My life now is to prepare you for that. and to prepare you to be a wife. I actually told her that. And to prepare you to try to be a wife. I don't want you to think what you got at your mama house or what you got at my house is normal. So I'm already having like these general conversations, but the young man, he can come unpolished depending on what he's currently working on. You know what I mean? So, so I'm okay with an unpolished guy. He doesn't have to be completely polished, but he can't be 20 with four felonies and a face tattoo.
Right.
I'm
right.
gonna bury that motherfucker in my backyard.
Right.
Yeah.
But could he be, you know, because we talk about we've been talking lately about the trades in you know, and that how we need to be driving black men towards trades. So could he be a truck driver? Could he be a plumber? You know, that, you know, blue, you know, that sort of thing.
Do you know how much plumbers make?
I know.
Shit, they making more money than people that got college education.
Man, you know more than I do. That back in the day, how again our parents used to look down on those kind of professions. We finally getting back to promoting those things. But plumber, trucker, electrician, whatever, that was like, nah, you go to Dartmouth and Yale and all those and get that degree. But now we saying we're encouraging young men to get back in those trades because those are the ones that are where the money is.
Right. Yeah. And here's the thing about that. And I talked to my daughters. It's all about, that's why I have the assignment for her, because I'm teaching her all about, I'm doing the best I can because she's not in my house. So, but
it's tough, man.
The thing I've had to tell other people and other grown ass women my age about mechanics, about plumbers, about electricians, I have to remind them. Hell, my dad is a diesel mechanic. I had to fucking remind him just how incredibly smart you have to be and how much science is, how much actual real life practical education like science and math is involved in those trades.
Yes.
These are not dumb motherfuckers by a stretch. For you to know that my dad he's a diesel mechanic, he has to have a full understanding not only of modern technology but stuff like compression ratios and those kind of calculations. This dude, my old dude, he gotta know calculus.
You know, RBM. It's not even that, man. Men like that know how to pull shit out of the mud.
Yes,
I'm a diesel mechanic.
Those are the kind of
by
guys,
trade,
man, that live life in longevity, man. Those when the hard times come, they ain't like no white collar dude, man. These guys know how to pull it out of the mud. A man who knows how to make a buck in the bad times, and man, those guys are
that's why those jobs are not downsized.
I'm serious.
They're not going nowhere.
That's the recession proof. There was a generation that would tell daughters, you can do better than a diesel mechanic. I'm just saying.
No, we spoke on it. Yep.
And so I'm saying I'm glad to hear that we're moving away from that.
But you know why though, Mr. Bennett? Is because, we got AI that's taking things over. They're talking about animation and people losing jobs that they can replace your ass with a computer.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't replace a man.
That's right.
When it comes to plumbing. There's no AI that can do plumbing, and there ain't no damn machine that can do plumbing. You still need a human. Carpentry, all that shit. So those jobs are not going nowhere. You can't be downsized out of that shit.
Right.
There is no. We're gonna have to lay you off because we got the machine that can do your damn job. They won't be able to do that.
Mortician?
We're not even at that level with that kind of level for that to happen. So those are the jobs that maybe we really. I mean, for years and years. No disrespect, R-Pain, but a lot of the baby boomers were the ones that told the Gen Xers. My generation, the Gen Xers,
not beating up on you.
They told us, go to college, get the college degree, and you're going to be successful.
Yep.
But what we found out in the end is that even if you got a college degree, it don't necessarily mean you're going to be the success that our families thought we would be. It's really what you do with the education that you have. What do you do with it, right?
Yep.
But we actually should be telling our young men to go into skilled trades even more now.
Yeah,
because of where things are going in this society.
This information, man, in my one defense, I'll give you that one. Most of us were first at best, second generation getting a college degree.
Right, first Negro in the family to get to college.
You know, so
That's right.
I'll give
that
I'll give
Negro.
my one man Cooper. You know what I'm saying?
Go ahead, TJ.
Yeah.
You had your hand up, man.
Can I add one more? And it's kind of just funny. Our
ahead.
generation was the only, I'm talking about the X's, was the only generation that actually had a job of a word processor before they had Pentiums.
Right,
bro.
We were the word processors.
I had it. I used it in college. Damn it.
Hitting that erase button on the typewriter. You know what I'm
Erase.
saying? Don't know nothing about that.
Hey, listen, I got a value engineering bonus for recommending that we get a fax machine in our office.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
It took us back. TJ, you had something to say, man. I saw your finger up, man.
Yeah, to you guys' point about the trades, let me tell you something. I'm at the tail end of Gen X. I was born in 78, so I'm at the tail end of that. But understand something. I went to, right out of high school, I went to college. I went to state college, got an undergrad degree, into the workforce. A couple years into the workforce, was promoted, had to to keep the job, had to go back and get a grad degree. So I have an undergrad and I have 2 grad degrees. I have an MBA, then I have a regular master's. And let me tell you something. 10 years ago, because of the chosen field that I chose to go into, I, with a grad degree, went back and got what we now would call a trade degree. I'm a fucking associate's degree. The money that I earn, I still work in the field that I went to. I work in human social services. I worked in social services since I was 19, but actually over 10 years ago, because I've been working as a respiratory therapist now for 10 years. But over 10 years ago, I went back and got nursing, respiratory, radiology, those healthcare fields. Those are trades. I went back and got a fucking associate's degree with having a double master's. And I make more money with a fucking associate's degree.
Yeah. See,
I make about almost 4 times my salary at the social service job that I make.
Because of
and
the
I only
trade.
work 3 days a week in that hospital. I mean,
Because
I
of the
work more than
trade
that, but
you
I'm
chose.
as a status, it's a 3-day-a-week job. I'm a fucking 5-day-a-week because they throw so much money at us right now. I can't leave none of that on the table. But
Right.
I'm just saying.
You
So
say you ain't turned out nothing but your collar.
look. Let me tell you something.
Here we go. Money talk.
This morning I said, look, anybody call in, anybody get sick, hit my number. That's
how it works.
Right.
I said for the whole weekend, and I'm off. I said for the whole weekend, hit my number. I'm probably gonna get called tomorrow, but I'll go get that 115 an hour. I ain't got no problem with it. I'll go get it. Plus all that overtime on top of that. I'm gonna go get it.
Yeah.
But my generation was sold a bill of goods about that college, that you got to get the 4-year degree. You gotta go to grad. You're not nobody if you ain't got no master's degree and all this. Let me tell you something. I don't know where my bachelor's degree is at. I don't know where my 2 master's degrees are. I turned them over to my grandmother, and I never think to look for them when I'm at her house because they're useless to me because I don't use them.
Right.
I don't even fucking use them. Right. But, so for a man, I would, have him focus on, getting a very marketable skill that, to set himself up to be eventually to be his own boss. This whole working for, me working for the white man, that shit for the birds. I'm not gonna lie to you, but unfortunately, I'm institutionalized.
Hey, look, we got to work with what we got, bro. We have to work with what we got. You got a bunch of people talk about they ain't gonna work for the white man, but they broke.
Right. But
so we got to work with what we got, so we can do what we want to do. So that's one of the things we definitely have to be able to do.
Yeah,
but you're in a better situation financially by getting those skills that were necessary for that trade to be doing what you're doing. So,
and guess what? I can go anywhere in the world with that trade. Let me tell you something. About
it
a
makes
year
you
ago,
very sought after.
Marketable. Yeah.
Very marketable.
About a year ago, I was considering going over to Kuwait for 18 month
make a lot of money over there
to do respiratory.
Yeah,
because
make a lot of money.
Because they were offering $30,000 a week.
Yeah.
Tax free, ain't it? Wasn't it tax free over there?
Tax $30,000 a week.
Yeah.
For an 18-month contract. The only thing that stopped me is, I'm a daddy's. I can't go with my daughter like that. But I'm just saying, I'm in a situation now that I'm a free agent. I can go anywhere in this globe because that trade degree is universal. I can go work anywhere. I can go to any state. All I got to do is pay their little funky fee, get their state license, and off I'm running. And while I'm waiting, I can still work because they're going to give me a provisional while I'm waiting on the real one. So it's not like I'm going to miss any work. I can go to DC. I don't need a state license to go work in DC.
Yeah.
You know, because it's not a state. It's federal. I can go work there for free. I can go to any country and earn any country that has a hospital. I can go work because my position is that it's global,
right?
And it's a decent earning job. And if I know now, my God, back when I graduated from high school in 96, 97, going into, I wouldn't have did that shit.
Right.
You graduated high school in 96?
96.
Oh, baby.
Damn, man, you made me feel old, man. I was in
man.
college.
I was getting ready to start a second career.
I was almost getting ready to graduate college when you graduated out of high school.
That's
Damn.
right. I just look old.
What he said,
looking parents, so that's why I look old.
Look, with what he said, as far as the state of the young black man today and going into the future, we see how valuable these skilled trades are.
Yeah.
Now, the question is, and this is where a lot of young men need to really step back and start evaluating. And if it's not for you, figure it out. But why not go get all of these skills for free and get paid on top of it?
Yep.
I went into the military. My skilled trade is construction engineering. It's always pliable, not just for working, but even your own home. You can find you a nice, cheaper home, and you have the skills to damn near rebuild it like Steve Austin. You can do it from top to bottom because they're going to teach you that. Not only are they going to teach you that, they're going to pay you to learn it. And then, just like any other skill trade that you learn, especially within the military, no matter what, all except the Marines, they sort of just put you in what they want based off your aptitude. But if once you learn those skills, once you get out, guess what? You might have went to college for 4 years and paid all this money. I'm coming out with 4 years of already actual work experience. So they're going to put me in front of the line, even though you got an honor roll degree. They're going to put me in front of you with no degree, just based on my military experience. They're going to hire me first. So you have to look at both of these options side by side. Now, listen, I know some people say, oh, this and that. Listen, I'm more worried about guys staying in their same neighborhood and being in the way of the younger generation, because at some point you're in their way. You're just an old ass dude talking mess. So why not go get those skill trades, come back, you can go anywhere in the country and start a life and build from ground. You ain't even on ground one at that point. You damn near got a foundation. You're going to be a lot more determined. You can go to school, they'll give you $1,500 a month, pay everything except for books, and you'll make a lot of money, but you have to be willing to sacrifice 5 or 6 years. You don't have to be in the military 5 or 6 years, but you're going to go, you're going to get the skill trade, you're going to learn how to survive on your own. Yes, you go to war, but that's mostly, they're going to send the National Guard and Reserve first. Then regular Army, you're pretty much at your base until they need you. But you really have an opportunity to change your dynamic early. Just don't have no children, and if you do get married, they're going to give you extra $800. If you got a wife, children, they're going to give you housing. It's a lot more beneficial. Just an option. Just an option. Not saying you go or you go to college, and I don't know if they're doing a lot of skill trades outside the military, but you're going to pay $25,000, $30,000 just for that. So you just got to make a determination, man. If it get too bad, take your ass on in and get away from mama's breast. You'll be all right.
That's a great point, Trey. One thing I wanted to say is that as men, it's good to get education, but we should make it a practice to be a lifelong learner. It should never stop. That makes you valuable over time. You know what I mean? As you get more time, you should get more wisdom. Learn, apply different things. Because as you get older, you start to figure out exactly how some things connect with other things. You know what I mean? And then you're more valuable. I do this all the time with this podcast. I go from different page, different channel to channel and pick up different things and drop it off here and drop it off there. And as a result, it actually uplifts more people because they probably didn't have time to hear this podcast over here. But if I go over and pollinate it over here in the barbershop, then it actually helps, sharpen steel. You see what I'm saying? So we want to get men in the habit of being lifelong learners so that they're valuable for a longer period of time. Go ahead, Mr. Bennett. I know you wanted to say something.
No, I can wait. We Georgia, if you want to go for closing, or do we got another topic to go?
No, we got time. Go ahead.
Okay, all right. I think one of the things that was really driving me to bring this up is I think we really have to, with everything, it's about assessment. And I think we need to take these times at times to assess who we are, where we're at, where the future's going, and what we value ultimately. And whether it becomes to the men that our daughters date, to our own profession, where we are, where we may need to pick up a new skill or not. I think we always have to be in that practice of self-assessment, who we are. What do we want? What do we need? I mean, go back all the way back to how this show and topic got started, was the idea of, the man not feeling like he was being honored. Wasn't so much, it wasn't the sex or anything else. It's like, what do we need? And being transparent enough to share that with other men or with the women in our lives, but having spaces where we can have this type of dialogue, just this raw dialogue with one another, and be better for it, and support each other through it. And I think that what I love about this barbershop experience is that that we're able to do that honestly and sincerely in this space. We invite people into this area here. We have a little community of our own, but we certainly invite other people to join here. So I just like going through this exercise of just really, how brothers think, like what's driving us and what can we learn from one another in these spaces. So I just want to throw that out. But, this has been a great, I think a great convo, and, seeing where guys, what your thought process and even the things that we regret. It's still an opportunity for us to share that hopefully we won't have those same regrets in the future, and things that we can still repair, things that we can still go with. I mean, regret, all of us have it, but we can still, that doesn't mean that life stops because of it. We still need to, be the best we need to be for the people in our lives. So I just salute to all you guys, because I just get so much out of this environment on Friday nights, and you guys make it worthwhile.
Indeed, appreciate it.
One of the things, look, can I say this? One of the things I think we use these platforms for, with the men who come up. One, I don't look at myself as a unicorn, but one of the things that we do ferret out is what we don't want from a woman, and what we expect from ourselves, a little bit more, but mostly because I think we've transitioned from the fact that there's women out there that don't deserve the kind of dedication, love, affection, and obligation from I would say men like us. Some women don't deserve that, and we need to stop feeling sorry for that.
Absolutely,
that's all I'm saying. And so, and the ones who think they deserve it, we don't even have to try to correct them. They're just not for us.
Yeah.
And we just need to also not warn, but tell other men that if they have standards, they have expectations in life, they don't have to settle for mediocrity. They don't have to settle for a lifetime of quiet desperation because they want to be with a woman because she looks pretty. And we have too many cautionary tales. We have too many horror stories of men who do that. I mean, it's almost like, hey, listen, man, you have to almost be blind, dumb, crazy, and just willfully ignorant not to know that you don't marry a hoe.
Yeah.
Right? That and I'm just saying that to be for to fire for effect. But if men realize that if you want to get married, that you're the gatekeeper, don't let no woman gaslight that shit out of you, because she can say yes or no. When you open that gate for a woman to marry you, you're opening yourself up to every great thing or horrible thing in your life.
Absolutely.
Both. So what I'm saying is, so you're the gatekeeper. You have to vet. Trey said it before he left. Especially these days, maybe you don't take advice from me because my time was a little bit different. I picked my wife up from my household. A lot of guys don't get a chance to meet the father of their bride. But you know what? Part of your vetting thing is if your wife doesn't have a man in her life that was a mentor, maybe you have to reconsider whether you want to marry. You know, unless you could vet her in some other kind of way to say she understands that this was her past, but that's not going to be her future. So all I'm just trying to say, we need to stop feeling sorry for the fact that we want shit to be right.
Right.
Man.
So
Stop apologizing for what?
Yeah, man.
Can I get my closing right quick?
Go ahead, JT.
So the craziest thing is like the story I tell you guys, and I know Mr. Bennett, Black Man, they, you know, I do it in spurts. I tell my stories in spurts. And one of the reasons is because it was a journey. It was to get where I'm at right now. It was a journey. It was crazy, right? I thought that I was going to always be preparing to be a father, right? But what I looked at is that's not what I'm ultimately here for. It's to be a grandfather, like to have my children. I always believe this. What I was trying to do, and even with their mom, she's not, you know, she did some fuck shit. I did some fuck shit before, but we're both good parents, right? We might not be the greatest parents or whatever, but we're still both good parents. And it took for us to struggle with the relationship we are getting now, because I will never be husband and wife again. But we're now both trying to prepare to be grandparents now, right? She had to learn how to cut the strings with my daughters. It wasn't really hard for me to do it because I still love them. My love just came with a different style. You know what I'm saying? But to be able to do that with my daughters, I have to be able to still be right there and be hands-on when they're going through their journey. My oldest is about to be in her 30s. So the thing is with her is that she's a product of her environment now. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't talking about where she lived locally. She's a product of her environment globally. They deal with this stuff a whole lot different than we did. We dated the people that was, if we was at home, that's who we were dating, the people that was in that community. Now you got people that's dating nationally and globally now. And what's happening is they've never had the art. The ones in our generation, X and boomers, it's lost. They haven't never had it, so they can't lose something they never had. They just don't know it. And we have to figure out how we get across to them. This is why the conversations that we're having, I'm talking about all these platforms, man. This is what we have to have, because this is an advantage we got. We can talk to people in all different states, man. And we can spread this love all the way around, because that's all it's going to still be: grace, love. If we take our experiences, how negative they can be, and we look at them and we look at it as just something like turmoil and all this stuff, it's not going to make us better people. Our whole thing is to be the best version of ourselves each and every day, so we can pass this along to the next generation through all the bullshit that we put ourselves through, right? So now what we're doing is brainstorming, people. These conversations are I was on our pain, you was too. We was over there on This Might Be Risky. Very important platform, bro. Very important platform. That dude, he's not real young, but he's young enough to say, I want to have the conversation so I can get understanding.
Right.
Black Man Unfiltered. Bravado. Same thing. I hear it in you guys' speech. We got Mr. Bennett and our pain. And OG. A lot of people don't realize this. OG it's important. Not only for him, but it's important for all of us, because we're speaking up for whatever group we're in. We in all kind of different groups, older groups, young groups, bald, light skin, dark skin, people that make $100,000, people that make 60,000, people that make 40,000. We're starting to be a lot more honest with ourselves and starting to be a lot more honest with the people that we need to. So this right here is not only just therapy, man. It is really teaching us a lot about ourselves. Transparency is number one, and it's definitely the key. So I have to say this in closing. I appreciate each and every one of you brothers. I appreciate the conversation that y'all give me. And I don't want a safe space. I want a space where it can pull some shit out of me to make me a better person.
That's right.
That's what I'm looking at. And I ended there.
Appreciate it, JT. There's an analogy that I saw. I think I saw it on TikTok, where they talked about there was an elephant in a room, and there was 5 blind men in the room. And everybody, could put their hands on different parts of the elephant. One puts their hand on the trunk, the tail, the legs, the ears, you know what I mean? And the elephant was real, you know what I'm saying? But none of us had the whole picture of the entire elephant. You see what I'm saying? To tell exactly what it is. What we're doing right now is we're actually revealing the elephant in the room by giving each other and letting each other know of our own experiences. You see what I'm saying? There's no way that all of us could experience the same thing and at the same time and come out with the same answer. So what we do is we come here and we relay the message back to each other and say, hey, look, this is what I think an elephant looks like. I have a tail. Mr. Bennett said, hey, this is what an elephant looks like. I got his trunk. And then everybody else is like, well, I felt a tusk. So we kind of put this thing back together from the pieces that we're all missing. You see what I'm saying? So spaces like these are very important, even though we may not always have all the answers, but it's just one of those things that we have to make sure that we come together and say, hey, look, this is what I bring to the table. And we actually get better. It actually speaks to the very topic that we talked about in the beginning of the show, networking. People don't understand how powerful a network is. You see what I'm saying? Because we can see different things from society and put things together to make ourselves better. With that being said, I'm going to give everybody an opportunity to give their final thoughts, and then we'll wrap this thing up. We're going to start with TJ, and then JT, Trey Ferg, and then R. Payne, and we're going to end with Mr. Bennett.
Okay. I want to use my final thoughts really for us to acknowledge the last, because we got a whole bunch of supporters that came in after the last one on them super chats. So let's do that and make sure that they know we're grateful for what they do.
Right.
Start after Embrace the Graces one and then go down.
Okay.
My girl's still in here. Oh,
yeah,
man.
they still in here, man. The first super chat we're gonna bring up is Lucky. She said, "Can we bring up Tommy?" You know what I'm saying? Tommy left, man. We appreciate you, Lucky, for your $2 super chat. Also, we have Information Man, Respect and Peace. $5. Thank you so much. Glad to have you on the show as always, and it's always enlightening to have you in the building. Also, we have Big Am 11, $10 BMU, who's the Kurt Franklin dancing in that video. Yes, it was. Popping his fingers and everything else, you know what I'm saying? And also a wonderful supporter, Lady Navoa. She's a fantastic supporter. She's always,
that's my girl.
Always supporting the channel, putting the money where the mouth is. If you want to support your content creators, make sure that you support them with your dollars and your time as well, too. She said, guess I'm hooked now. We back, RBN folks, and LOL, just kidding, fam. Here we go. And also we have a member over the RBN network, John the Baptist. All right, gifted 10
That's my guy right
memberships. Yeah, he gifted 10 memberships. I kind of think I picked one of them up myself. Appreciate it, John the Baptist. And also we have Lauren Mack as well. She says, shout out to JT for yelling in the car. The parking lot, scaring the innocent clear people. You know what I'm saying? Did we miss anybody, man?
I think that's everybody.
I think that's
Thank
it.
you, Lauren Mack.
No, this was a
girl,
great conversation. We need to continue to have it. Last time I was on the barbershop, I kind of blacked out with me and my buddy Trey, but we need to keep having it. And I kind of like that too. JT, you talking about you don't want it to be a safe space, because sometimes you go out to piss some people out to get some shit out to do it. And listen, everybody that's still around listening with us and fellas on here, these conversations, let's be honest, We've only been having them for the last 4 years, maybe.
Yeah, man. Yeah,
Right.
man.
We're talking about, so let's just be ballparking it from about maybe 1970 when we really started understanding that there was a problem till now, 50 something years of silence, and while we're watching the implosion of us in silence. So I do know that there are people out here that they're saying we're sick of this conversation, sick of these conversations. You weren't sick of the shit that's being destroyed over the last 50 fucking years. So,
Right.
and look, it took 50 years plus to get us here. We're not going to fix this shit in no 4 years or 5 years. And it's
Right.
not going to be no 1, 2, 10 conversations. And then I often like to remind people too, you know, and we've talked about it a little bit, you know, what made Kevin Samuels so I wouldn't say popular, but it made him so engaging is sometimes, even though the message he was sending out was nothing new, it was somebody who people could listen to, regardless if it evoked pissing them off or support. We need to keep having these conversations. We need to keep inviting more and more brothers and sisters into the conversations, because we're going to need to identify. Because I talked about this on my stream, and we don't have a succession plan. We're going to have to identify another messenger.
Yeah.
But until then, we all have to continue until that messenger, you know, arrives. You know, however that might be. I think Hemp has the makings of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think he do over there on his platform what he's doing over there. Some days I get a little worried, but
Right.
I think I think there's something to be said for this. And I don't want to be. I'm 46. I don't want to be. I hate the fact that I'm out here single. I don't want to be 60, 70 still out here single.
There you go.
I don't want my daughter out here, you wouldn't know, saying the same shit. You know, Hemp had that the Gen Zs on there. You know, he had them separate, and then you thought there was hope. But then when you got them together, when he put the Gen Z men and women on the panel together, and I'm sitting there watching these Gen Zs have the same talking points of the past 2 generations, I was fucking floored.
Yeah.
I was like, we are fucked. We are fucked. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
I'm like, wow. Because when they were up there individually, it sounded like there was some hope there.
Yeah.
But when you got them together.
Together. Fireworks.
No,
Yeah.
they started saying the exact same shit. They started, and then one of the guys up there, young man, what was his name? Chi-Town?
Chi-Town.
Chi-Town. I felt him when he was like, I'm tired of y'all talking about black men like this. And this is his peer group. And he said something so profound. Y'all keep saying fuck us. He was like, no, fuck you then. No, motherfuck you. I'll fuck you and then fuck you. We should not have that attitude, and nor should I have a kindred spirit of him saying that.
Right.
But I identify with it. But so we gotta continue on. You know, dear black men, you ain't shit. That's a real thing. I know that's it's a clicking, a line, but that's some real shit. Dear black men, you ain't shit. How do you tell black men you ain't shit without saying you ain't shit? You have your woman not cooperate with you.
Right.
Especially when you deserve it, when you didn't earn it.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Appreciate it. Thank you, TJ, for coming out. TJ, tell the folks how they can reach you, man, before you go.
Yeah, just YouTube, Real Bravado Network over on YouTube. I'm going live on Monday. We're gonna have a Black History program. It's not like what you think. We're gonna have a Black History program over there, but it's not like you think. I'll give you the first hit. We're gonna start the first hour out talking about the church. We're gonna be talking about the church. The church. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I can't wait for that, man. I can't wait to tune in for that.
Oh yeah.
Now, moving on. Thank you, TJ, for coming out, man. As always, it's a pleasure. JT, go ahead. What's your final thoughts, sir?
Yep. All right. TJ, he said a lot, man. All you guys, man, you guys just said a lot. I'm not gonna regurgitate that. All I'm gonna say is we got to keep these conversations going. I love the barbershop. I'm telling you, all of us, man, we are making an impact And this is the craziest part, as the elders, bro. Everybody that's be in these YouTube spaces, man, they be over here looking at what's going on over here, bro. And they pay homage. One of the brothers, man, and I don't, you know, I really like this brother, Beans. I seen your little podcast.
Right.
And I think one of the reasons why is because he, just like a lot of other brothers, he sees these spaces as spaces where he can actually express himself. It's not an easy thing. And if anybody ever had talks with little podcasts or Beans, you know it can be very difficult, but it's a good thing because he makes good for conversation. And what he does is he reflects on how he has the conversations. And every time I done seen this brother, man, in the past 2 years, man, really, you know, he's perfecting who he is by having these conversations. Sometimes he spaz out, sometimes he gets frustrated, but like when he came over here the other day, man, did we have a good time or not, man?
Yeah, we did.
Because we all we didn't talk about a whole lot of stuff that was super serious, but I guess it still is serious. But we talked about old stuff that made us reminisce.
Right.
Tomorrow, I'm not even going to monetize my channel. All I'm going to do tomorrow is play music and talk about, and I'm talking about R&B. I got one thing, and James Brown. I was listening to James Brown today, man. I listened to probably about 50 of his songs, and that man made an impact on us, bro. I'm telling you, you know, a lot of people, they, you know, the media try to make him be known for the man that, you know, had the shotgun and held everybody up and was the crack man and ran from the cops. Nope. That man was a part of our culture, and he's a huge part of our culture. So tomorrow, I will not be monetizing my channel. I will be playing him, Isley Brothers. I will be playing, and I'm not just going to be playing the music. I'm going to be giving some real facts about a lot of these things, that how we were connected as Black folks. We was some, man, I'm telling you, we some of the dopest people on this planet, bro. We are some of the, and I'm not just saying it because I'm Black. I'm saying it because
it's
everybody gravitated to us. Not just because we were talented, it was because we really got into their soul. James Brown is one of those dudes where I was just like, it gets you to a point where you just be like, I understand now. Very intelligent brother and very hard worker. And if you was in his band or anything, you had to be a hard worker. I'm saying this to say this. We have to fortify each other. When I look at all of you guys, man, you guys are very successful. And I'm talking about in life. In life. Not just because you're talking and things. I know how you guys' family is based off of who you guys are. And that comes from the arts. And guess what we're doing right now? We're doing art, conversation. And we're honing our skills in this shit. Mr. Bennett, I definitely thank you, brother, because as calm as you is, bro, I mean, and you can come and you can trigger somebody's sensibilities really easy because they think you're going to agree with them, and you hit them with the, nope, I have to disagree. And then you are very direct. And I learned a lot of that from just listening to how you come into these panels and things like that. So I really straight up pay homage to you. Drake Ferg, the same thing, man. You remind me. I can't believe that me and you is that close in age, but man, you remind me of an uncle. You know what I'm saying? A Southern uncle. RBN. You look, I'm thinking RBN is like you like my little cousin, but not really. Because damn, I'm like, it's crazy. R Payne, the big brother. Black man unfiltered. He's another one. I couldn't have never think that Black man was the age he was. I would have thought he was a little bit older than me.
Yeah.
But he has hustle and he cares about people. We all strangers, bro, and we all coming together because this is what we are. This is what music does. And tomorrow I'm gonna be doing that. I'm gonna be talking about the thing that we actually had that really kept us together. I end it.
Appreciate it. Before we get to Trey Ferg, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Angry Snowman for the $10 super chat. He says, salute to you brothers. Keep building and giving great insight. And for that, we give you the Georgian Wheezy.
Well, we're moving on now. We're moving on up.
Hey, we appreciate it, brother. A brother from another mother. We thank you, Angry Snowman. I know you're watching. Thank you, sir. Trey Ferg, it's on you, sir. Go ahead and give us your final thoughts.
Yeah, just within this space, you know, it's one thing being married and talking to my wife, but it's different when I can talk to men from other parts of the country who have a different vision, a different outcome, a different expectation. I've always thrived off stuff like that. You know, I may throw in my little twos and fews. And, you know, I always expect some people to may take it, some people not. Everything I say is not going to be for everybody. But I always like to speak for the younger mind who hasn't gotten into this old bitter space that some of us are and some of us older guys. Regardless of who you hear it from, regardless of what they look like, you have to really look at what information can you apply to your life to make your life start moving forward. Lost in translation, he's always giving me those words of inspiration from a biblical standpoint, you know, and he seems very calm and cool. Our pain, you're a fighter for a boomer. I'm a ride with you, like I say, JT and Brother Bennett. Look, man, we right there. And that baby boomer, that baby Gen X over there, baby. We the big brothers. But, you know, just, you know, everybody who comes here, you know, despite of what our differences are, we seem to be able to talk through it. And I think that's one of the greatest assets for Black men that we have once we can talk through whatever issues or differences we have and come to a respectful place in those spaces. I'm all for that. Really. And, you know, I'm moving up in the world. You know, I don't have to do a lot of stuff. I just do it just because I feel like I have something to offer, but also a lot to learn. Like you say, Lost in Translation, continue to learn. I've always done that. And I don't talk about my private life, which I know that my father just recently passed. And he's always instilled in me to at least be respectful, young, old, male, female, and work hard. So I'm in that space. 56, just shout out to all my February babies. Not everybody can get in here. It is what it is. Sit on the outside and be jealous. February 8th is my birthday, so I just had a birthday. I don't know if I even mentioned that.
Happy birthday, brother. You know, belated.
Happy belated.
We're in a critical time, and we can see it in this space. I hope that men continue to create a voice, find their voice as they move forward, but go into your next age of reasoning with open eyes and open ears. Embrace it all. Don't limit yourself from the opportunities, because you may not get those opportunities once you pass them by. So, you know, last thing to the younger folk, now is your greatest time, man. If you want to get old and gray like me, you want to take the next 10, 15 years in your life and just go out and explore the world. If you want a wife, look for a wife only. Don't mess around with people who are not qualified. Women also, if you want a husband, look for husbands only. Don't run up your body count. It is not safe. It is not healthy. A man will recognize that and he will pass you by. And everyone else, you know, just continue to try to be better. The world is changing. The United States is changing. You'll see it in the next 3 to 5 years after this new election. So it's best to bunker down right now, find your mate, negotiate some things on both ends, and try to live out our lives where we can survive as a nation, man. Our number has went up. I think it's like 14% now. We went up a few little points, but we need each other to move this needle forward for us. We need each other. I don't care what nobody says. We can't continue this fight, because the more we fight, the more our children lose. And I'll end it right there. So salute to everybody.
As always, Trey Ferg, it's always a pleasure, man. Thank you for coming on. Our pain, Come on, sir. Give us your final thoughts.
Hey, RBN, when's your show? What time?
Monday
What
at shit, I don't even know what time. Oh, 7:35 Central, 8:35 Eastern.
Yeah, cool. And what time you start, JT, tomorrow?
I'm gonna start probably about 2:00. I'm gonna post it in the morning time. So
All right, cool.
about
Let
2
me.
o'clock.
I just want to say this. I know you might not like this. When you play James Brown, I saw a Grammy years ago, and guys might not like this, but Christina Aguilera did a cover of "It's a Man's World."
Mhm.
It was absolutely outstanding. It was unbelievable, man. I mean, you guys play James Brown, of course, but she did a tribute to him. And of course, no matter what you think about it, the girl can sing.
That girl
Anyway,
ain't human. She not human. That little girl ain't human.
did you see that, RBN?
Yes.
Did you
Oh
see
yeah, that girl ain't human. That girl, that is not a normal singing woman. That girl ain't
I'm gonna
human.
play it then. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it.
That girl
She
about
did,
80
I mean, look,
pounds,
check it out.
man.
I took the video, man. She was, I said, man, she really did a great tribute to James Brown with It's a Man's World.
Yeah.
Anyway, listen. So the reason why, listen, one of the things I do that, a Black Man Unfiltered, let me come on Mondays. And last Monday I was talking about baby mothers and baby fathers, but not the typical stuff, but the impact that the women have on their families, their mothers, their grandmothers, and the impact of men who have multiple children out there on the economy, and on the communities, especially when they're not taken care of. Those things we don't talk about enough because we're too busy pointing fingers. So on Monday, when I talk about this girl who put out, I'm just saying, she put out, I'm 31, she's a beautiful young lady, and I'm single. Why am I still single? She asked the question. And I'm trying to get a few guys on the panel. I start at 7 o'clock. Uncynical approach of forget about all the bullshit we talk about each other. If I had an opportunity to tell a lady like her, what, at 31, why are you still single? Because she's asking. Well, that means she should be receptive to hear the answer. Or a answer. It doesn't have to be the answer, but a answer. She gives you her bona fides. Or why but she just doesn't know why she's still where she's at. Because she's accomplished, she's driven, a little bit masculine, but it's nothing too heavy, willing to learn. She wants kids in wedlock. And what will we tell her? I think that's a good conversation not just for men to say, but for also if a woman wanted to come up. So that's Monday at 7. I'm on BMU Network, and we're going to talk about that. And we may play the clip a couple of times, but I want to have a non-cynical approach to being able to talk about her request.
Okay.
Right, with a couple of assumptions before we start. So I just wanted to say that. And listen, one of the things I always say this, I'm gonna end it on here, that I always have one foot in the secular world, but you guys got me, man. You guys got me, man. Turning the pages of the Bible, man. All I got to go on top now, man. I'm saying, okay, all right, man. Let me,
We took notes today, boy. We've been taking. I took some notes today.
Risky, this might be risky. He's talking about Bible verses. I said, is that really in there, man? Wait a minute, man.
Yeah.
Anyway, so listen, I always try to tell people my wife is a Baptist. I actually converted to Baptist when we got married, so we wouldn't have any, because I was born and raised a Catholic. And you don't have a choice about baptism when you're a Catholic. They just baptize you when you just spitting up in your diaper and shit.
Mm-hmm.
But so one of the things I tell her, because I don't do as much as she does, but she works for the church. That's her life, and I that's cool because we're cool together. So I tell her we're gonna write a book one day called "The Thumper and the Heathen," and we're gonna write a book like that, because we're really close, man. But I think sometimes I tell her I'm more spiritual than you are. I really tell her.
Man, that takes her off.
But anyhow, let me just land it here. These spaces are great. I like these conversations we have, and this time, we got through it without beating the shit out of each other. So I think that was cool.
We had no octagon today.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Anyway, it had some little things. So let me land it there. Let Mr. Bennett go ahead and take us home. 7
Hey,
o'clock.
Arpane, tell the people how they can reach you, man, before you go.
Yeah, listen, I changed my name to Arpane at Arpane at MPS Marriage, Politics, and Sports, and next time I'll take the 1241 off. But I got a lot of videos there, and a lot of my feeder data I take from my channel and bring it over here so I could make it come to life for BMU's network. But on Wednesday I have a sports show that I do live. I got a few guys come up. Trey Ferguson's always there. We kick it. And I think my format is okay. So Stephen A. Smith, watch out. I'm coming for you, brother.
That's right.
I'm coming for you.
One out of
But anyway, but I'm really concerned. I'm not concerned. I really would like to have a nice little panel from the beginning on Monday, because I think we can take that one little 2-minute video and make a whole, an hour or so just discussing it from our point of view. What would we tell a young woman who's really looking and who's 31, thinking that she's hitting the wall, but she's got a lot to offer from the standpoint of what she can do to improve? Anyway, I'll land it there.
Well, thank you, Arpane. Appreciate it.
All right, man.
Mr. Bennett, come on, drive it home for us, sir.
All right. Well, once again, another great show tonight. The more I was thinking about that first that couple, I used to think listening is a skill, but sometimes I think pessimistically that I think sometimes it's a gift. That for people to really get out of themselves, to really listen to what their partner is really asking for. There's so much of what we do is so programmed to say, okay, well, if I did this, this, and this, they should be happy. But we don't want to get into the question of asking them, what can I do for you? What do you need? But again, I think a lot of us, we don't spend the time really assessing who we are and what do we need? Because why is it that we can get ourselves, we can make money, we can do a lot of things and still not have that inner peace? Now, there's a spiritual component to that I'm not going to touch here. But there's just a lot of things that we really need to, as men, in particular, since this is for men tonight, that we really need to do that work, that internal work, that meditation. Just think about where's my life, who I am, and how then can I then communicate that to my loved ones, especially if I am married, that she knows what I need to be able to communicate that and be vulnerable. Those are some tough skills, but I think for certain people, it seems like they just have it, and a lot of people just don't. And all the techniques or all the self-help books or whatever is not going to help them. So just for that couple, if in fact that was a real couple, I really do wish they can really take the time to really get to the source of where their problems are. But I was one of those guys at one time, because again, I had 3 kids in 4 years. Well, actually, I take that back. My wife had 3 kids in 4 years, and that was a bit of a tough time. And I had to do some growing up. I had to learn some empathy in terms of where she was and what she was doing, and really, I had to get out of my sense of selfishness. So I can certainly relate to a lot of where he was going, how he was feeling. But at the same time, I also had to understand what she was going through, how she was feeling. And that's really where the work is. That if marriage is work, that getting to that level where you can truly understand and really empathize with your partner, with your spouse, is something that, prayerfully, people do need to work through and be patient about. And again, we were able to get out on the other side of that. But I've seen a lot of couples who haven't. And it's tragic when that does happen. So I think that's just something that we really, and with some of the guys on the panel, I know Dr. Nakumbe, I'm sure he talks about that on his show, where we can really help people to really be more in touch with what they're feeling, and then be able to communicate that to the people. Yes, I'm talking about you, Doc. Yes, be able to communicate that with their loved ones. So that they can have better relationships. I think that's for all of us. I think that's an exercise that we need to do. But spend some time with ourselves so we can do that. But again, I appreciate the show tonight. You can always find me in these spaces here on the BMU Network this Sunday on the Gray Area with myself and Grooming and Reviews. We're actually going to have a special show. We're going to be talking about religion. In particular, I've never in my life learned much about Greek Orthodox. Or the Orthodox Christian faith. And actually, we're going to have a guest on the show where one of his church fathers is actually going to be a guest on the show. So we're going to have an exchange with him so he can explain a little bit more about it, have some cultural exchange. Because one of the things that fascinates me about that is that, you know, you have basically an entire Christian sect, over 300 million people, and it's mostly Greek. You know, so how do you keep that together? How does that work? You know, given that so especially in the Protestant area, you got 500 different churches out there and denominations and whatnot, but they've been able to hold it together for so long. So looking forward to an exchange, learn a little bit about them, and hopefully, you know, he can they can learn from me. But it's just, again, just a black man and a white man. We get together in a space and we look for that common human experience, the gray area, where we come away understanding that we're just as much as, you know, we may look different and, you know, come from different life experiences, you know, we're still human beings and there's common ground. And if we can learn to have these, as we're doing here, if we can just have these conversations, people, you know, differences, just get together and just talk and realize we're not that different. We're human beings. We all want a lot of the same things in life. And how much of the bickering and how much of the division that's certainly in this nation could be handled if we simply just sat down and just communicated with one another. How much better off we would be. So we're trying to, you know, create that space. So again, you guys are more than welcome to join us again Sunday night at 9:30. And we run a pretty tight show. We usually try to wrap up within 2 hours because, you know, both understand we got to go to work the next day. But we appreciate you guys stopping by and seeing us. But again, thank you, BMU, for giving us the platform so that we can have these conversations. You know, next week I'm looking forward. On Monday, I'm a combine guy. So you know, my drought of football is over. Monday starts the combine. I watch all of it. I watch the centers. I watch everything. I'm hooked on the combine. So before you know it, it'll be the draft, and then we start the 24 season in earnest. So definitely looking forward to the sports show next week as well. But thank you, BME, for the platform. Thank you, Lost, again. You know, always praising you for the tone that you set, and really just how you show your masculinity with gentleness, with respect. It's not sticking your chest out in people's faces. You know what I mean? But you carry yourself as a man, as a masculine man. Like read this book one time. It's called Man of Steel and Velvet, and how you can show your that demeanor, but you can still be soft. Also, you can be compassionate. You can be tender. You can be understanding with people, and you have a way of just quieting and reducing conflict in these spaces. I believe that's a gift. That's a gift that you have. I mean, you know, it's. You know, we all strive to be, you know, how you are, but I thank you that, you know, your gift is being used with us. I'm glad that you're a part of this family, and certainly I'm praying your best of success in your channel and the things that you're doing, because I think you have a lot to offer to these spaces and to the world. So, but appreciate always sharing these platforms with you. Salute to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bennett. I'm going to wrap up tonight, giving homage to Kevin Samuels. A lot of people don't realize I was a moderator for Kevin for a long time. And I think he was getting to the point where he was about to turn the corner and have the conversations that we're having right now. And I wanted to make sure that I give him his props. You know what I mean? And a lot of people said they didn't like his tone. Well, maybe they'll like my tone. You know what I mean? I'm not calling people out of their names and actually getting down into the root of situations and trying to figure things out. So with that being said, he always said that support Black male media, and I appreciate the super chats. Dr. Nkumbe, you know what I mean? We had a fantastic show yesterday, talked about cheating and what goes into it, and some of that stuff sparked some wild inspiration in me to understand exactly what goes into that. You know what I mean? And the very fear that I hear women talk about when they talk about cheating. And also with SB, you know what I mean? SB has those fantastic conversations where she talks about the one pot, you know, in marriage and things like that. And one thing I remember Kevin say, he said, you know, when you got women that's doing the work, you know, you have to, men like us have to give them cover, you know, so give them support. And I say that to say this, I want everybody, if this show was valuable to you, tell somebody about it. You know, we're trying to grow the channel. You know what I mean? And get the message out, and hopefully somebody hear it and become a better person and change. You know what I mean? I remember Kevin say, we want to make sure that you wake up every day trying to be the best version of yourself each and every day. And one of the things I want everybody to realize is that without you, none of this could be possible. I think I've probably been here less than a year and already somewhat of a leader of the group as well, too. You know what I mean? I was, going from space to space to space, trying to find out, what's really going on. Because after Kevin left, it was like, damn, man, it's up to me. You know what I mean? And I realized it's really not up to me. All I got to do is do what he said, find a network of like-minded men and get to work and roll up the sleeves. So that was one of the tenets of being a high value man that I remember him saying, making sure you have some usefulness to the group. Well, I'm trying to be useful, y'all. You know what I'm saying? So, and make sure that we get to the point where we actually uplift each other. We want to make sure that we edify each other in front and behind the scenes. And I want everybody to know we appreciate Black Man Unfiltered for making sure he provides us with a platform to do these things. I want to make sure I thank everybody in the audience for showing up and showing out. We want to appreciate everybody for the super chats and all that good stuff. But my last and final thought for this is that we have to get good at edifying one another. You know what I mean? And we have to make sure that we also have respect for one another, respect for one another's struggles, where they come from, where their experiences are, and get back to actually talking to people instead of talking at each other. And I want us to get good at wanting to show some type of empathy, to other people, because we don't know what they're going through. We don't know what they experienced. Those are some of the things we have to get good at. Yes, it's easy for people to click on the clickbaity stuff and get aroused, but does it actually help you be a better person? Does that information help you become a better man? Does that information help you become a better woman, a better father, a better mother? Those are the things that we actually move the algorithm with when we start supporting channels like the Black Man Unfiltered Network and the other channels of the brothers that you see here as well, too. And I want to leave y'all with something that I always say when I get up in the morning, just to motivate myself, because when there's no wife there, I got to pretty much self-do it myself. And I always think about, I steal it from Les Brown. That's where I got it from. Les Brown says this: if there's anything you want bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time and your peace and your sleep for it, and if all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, and if you go out and sweat for it, fret for it, plan for it, lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after the thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, if neither cold poverty, famine, chagall, sickness, or pain of body and brain can keep you from the thing that you want, if dogged and grim you besiege and beset it, and with the help of Almighty God, you get it. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been another barbershop episode of the Black Man Unfiltered Network and the barbershop. Ladies and gentlemen, good night. God bless.
God bless you.
Subscribe now.